Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3.
I hear you loud and clear.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the March 22nd, 2022 City Council Successor Agency BIFA meeting. The City Council of the City of Brentwood, 7 p.m. We do have a quorum. Margaret, could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Mendoza?
Here.
Councilmember Meyer?
Here.
Councilmember Rarey?
Here.
Hold on just a minute. I'm going to promote the Vice Mayor. Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Here.
Mayor Bryant?
Here. Okay, we do have a quorum. All are in attendance. If you could join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance at this time. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At this time, we will open public comments, and I'll turn it to you, Margaret.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on items that are not on the agenda. Items listed under presentations, informational reports, or on the consent calendar. Request for future agenda items, new request. Please save your comments for any other items that are on the agenda for that part of the meeting when you'll have the opportunity to provide them. I received no written public comments on this item that were submitted to the City Clerk prior to the meeting. If you wish to speak under public comment, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call upon your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. While we encourage your comments, state law prevents the City Council from discussing items that are not on their meeting agenda. If appropriate, staff will follow up on them. I do see 3 hands raised. I'm going to go ahead and share the speaker timer screen. And I will call on Danny Dorman, followed by Charlotte Ling. Mr. Dorman, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good evening. I am confused, and that's the only verb I could probably say in open mixed company regarding the $250,000 man and his overriding of the Planning Commission and their decision to no longer allow extensions for the car wash. Now, I know that in this particular case, there isn't anything the council can do about it because it was hidden in the consent in the consent calendar. And that's the problem. This isn't the first time things have been hidden in the consent calendar. And I'm sure somebody will come up and say, well, it wasn't really hidden or it was misunderstood or whatever. I'm just calling it for what it is. That the $250,000 man issued an emergency ordinance. I'd love to know what the emergency was, because the only emergency that I saw was this car wash never did their job properly. This has been going on since 2019. The Planning Commission finally said enough is enough. And then the city manager decides to override the will of the people, the will of the Planning Commission, and, honestly, the will of you guys. So I plead with you, on the consent calendar, pull anything that has the words city and manager in them and have staff explain in detail what it is that they're trying to do. I know that's going to take more time, but as I said, this isn't the first time. And as a matter of fact, I even said that, the $250,000 man and shenanigans are rampant. I've asked the city to look into the $250,000 man. I begged the city and others. So now it really is back up to you. I plead with you, pull anything from the consent calendar that has city and manager in there and have staff explain what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Charlotte Ling, followed by Cynthiana Todor. Ms. Ling, go ahead.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I wanted to speak about Contra Costa Animal Services new agreement that has been sent to all the 18 cities. The new agreement has issues in the fact that there is an increase in funding, but it does not outline any additional services or much above the bare minimal services for an animal shelter. Increased fees should equal the increase of services in their agreement with the cities and animal services. We are eager for the cities to come together to create a revised agreement that is not vague, and it spells out the actual services that the cities will be receiving with the increased funding from animal services. We will be reaching out to the mayors in hopes of setting up a meeting to share our concerns with the agreement and what animal services the community needs to be considered in a revised agreement. In May of 2020, Animal Services went to all the cities asking for additional funding. The cities rejected the additional funding, and then in September of 2020, Animal Services removed many services stating due to budget cuts. And some of those services included the number of field officers decreased from 16 to 10. It reduced its operating hours. It reduced the field officers' operating hours. It stopped all wildlife calls and referred them to the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. However, they are unable to take these calls. They have 4 officers for 4 counties. So now if a deer or another animal is injured, gets hit by a car, gets stuck in a fence, they will stay there until they die. There isn't any agency to come and humanely euthanize the wildlife. The other thing that was eliminated was transferring wildlife that are injured to Lindsay Wildlife Hospital. They no longer do that. So wildlife that could have before been rehabilitated are not any longer, and citizens have to, on their own, try to assist these wild animals, which is not safe. The other thing Animal Services eliminated was public low-cost spays and neuters were stopped during COVID, and they just recently started services again, but at a fraction of the volume. This is also concerning because there's an issue with community cats, just a booming population of community cats, and we need a spays and neuters to be done in a more high volume surgeries at the Animal Services. So I'm asking you to please consider meeting with the cities and revising this agreement so that it actually has the services.
The speaker's timer was up. The next speaker is Cynthiana Todor.
Hi, good evening. I don't see the timer. Okay, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am here to speak on the recent debacle with around the denial of rainflow car wash. It is another example of incompetency of the city manager. Not only he insulted the residents who we all know vehemently opposed yet another car wash project in our city, but he insulted the Planning Commission and ultimately the City Council, who named the Planning Commission. He wasted staff time and financial resources, and also it shows his lack of care for proper education, communication, and preparedness of his staff. I hope the council members are ashamed by their decision to keep this incompetent person on the city payroll and consider revisiting his performance as soon as allowed by the law. And talking about a shame, since I have several minutes to talk, I want to bring up the fact that in a recent article published in the Brentwood Press, I saw our vice mayor featured with one of his good friends. It is amazing that he's supporting people who want to rebuild their life and serve their community as best as they can. However, I have to ask why our vice mayor did not take action and help his friend to open a business in Brentwood. We have a good economic development group that his friend could be referred to and bring businesses to the city that our vice mayor is serving and support our revenue, tax revenue income for that matter. So I have to ask that, and I don't expect an answer from him, but I do think that a leader of our community should always, always act to the benefit of the community and to the betterment of their members. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Annie Wright, followed by Lisa Fulton. It says that Ms. Wright is using an older version of Zoom, and I'm unable to unmute her to speak. I will move on to Lisa Fulton.
Hi, can y'all hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, hi, good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, and council members. Thank you very much. Hey, I'm a resident of Contra Costa County, and I'm calling because I'm concerned about the animal services agreement that has been presented to the cities. This agreement is just really inadequate in detailing which services are provided. It's detailed on which services are excluded. I urge you to take a look at this agreement and really take stock in it, because Director Ward is proposing fee increases, which is fine. All of us think that animal services needs to be funded, but a lot of services have been cut and have not been reinstated. I do a lot of cat rescue work with community cats. I trap and I try and get these cats fixed and then returned to their colonies. And the animal services has really cut back their spay-neuter surgeries. They only do, I think, 20 appointments every 4 days, and it used to be much greater prior to 2020. I really think that we need to demand at least those services back. One thing that really concerns me and a lot of people that I've talked with is the elimination of the response to wildlife calls. So wildlife who have been injured, hit by cars, what have you, simply will just sit there and suffer until they die because animal services isn't going to come out. California Fish and Wildlife isn't going to come out. If you are a member of Nextdoor, Nextdoor is riddled with people asking, begging, imploring people for help with wildlife. And it's not fair. It's not fair to the wildlife. It's not fair for public, for residents, citizens to take on this huge, horrible task. We really need this from animal services. Also, I just want to tell you what it's like on the ground. As a trapper and a colony caretaker, as well as a person who works full time, in some of the poorer neighborhoods, like in San Pablo, I've been trapping there for like 3 years, and I'm still behind the curve in trying to get all these cats fixed. So we really, really need the spay-neuter appointments volume ramped up. And I please take a look at this agreement and talk to Director Ward. And all of us in the cat community are here if you need any.
The speaker's timer was up. I will go ahead and try Annie Wright again. I may need to promote her to a panelist due to her Zoom.
Oh, hi. Thank you for promoting me. Hi, so I'm Annie Wright. I've been a lifelong Contra Costa County resident. I'm an animal rescuer for over 20 years. I help control the overpopulation of homeless community cats by trapping them, getting them vaccinated, spayed and neutered, and returned to their location. I'm very concerned about the welfare of Contra Costa, domestic animals, and especially the injured wildlife. Animal Services sent a new service agreement to the 18 incorporated cities. And while the increased fees are necessary, this agreement is not providing just the services that we need, community-based services such as low-cost spay and neuter, vaccination clinic. There is only one clinic per month on this agreement as it stands. That's a serious problem, not only for the animals, but for the community. That means more animals on the street, more ones with medical conditions. Some of these ones, especially the cats with upper respiratory, they can have a serious eye infection. They'll end up losing their eyes. And this is something we deal with all the time in the rescue world. So I really would like you to take a serious look at this agreement. The other problem is the TNR clinic, which is for the trap, neuter, release. That's what I do to help with the overpopulation. That has a 2 to 3 month wait. There's only 32 appointments per month. So, I mean, this is really unbelievable that this is just a bare bones service agreement based on ordinances, which does not cover really the needs of the animals. And stopping the injured wildlife program is, to me, really horrific. And animals are out there suffering and dying needlessly. So we need to make animals a priority. We really, what I'm asking is for the city managers, I'd like to meet with you. I have a group of advocates. We've been doing this, 20, 30, 40 years. We have valuable information. I sent an email to you with some solutions. We need to work together as a village, and don't just accept that, you can just sign this off and all the problems are gone. We need to make our cities better. We need to do right by our citizens and our, beloved animals. And it just seems like their rights have been forgotten in this whole madness with our pandemic and all the issues going on. But our animals are not disposable, and neither are our tax-paying constituents. So please, please be.
The speaker's time was up. And I see no additional hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, we will close public comments and we will move into presentations. Item A1, presentation on the Police Department's annual report, and Chief Hansen will present this report. Chief Hansen.
Go. Hello, everyone. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of council. It's great to see you. Tonight, I'm going to give you our 2021 PD performance report. But before I do that, I really do want to thank a few people for the work that we've done over the past year and a half, really. I really want to thank my men and women of the Brentwood Police Department who have really been challenged with some things I never even saw over my 34 years. And they're out there, and I think tonight you'll see the hard work that they do day in and day out. And I also want to thank you as a city council for your commitment to public safety here in the city of Brentwood. I really feel supported by every one of you. And you really have stood by what you have said. And I have been judicious with my requests. However, you guys have never let me down, and I take that very serious. You guys have asked me to come with my needs, and I have, and you guys have been supportive. I think you really understand our community and how important safety is here in law and order in the city of Brentwood. I have really, over the last 2 years, really focused my attention on this 15 square miles that we call Brentwood. And I really want to continue to do the things we can do in town. We have control. We may be losing control outside of other things, but there are still a lot of things that are in our control, and we need to do those better than we've ever done them before for our community. And lastly, I want to thank our community. There are police departments around this country where their members wake up every morning and they have no support from their elected officials, their leadership teams, or anyone in the city, and I just cannot imagine that. Our community steps up. I hear it every day. If it's an email to me or a phone call that comes into the police department, or events that we're getting back to right now that I'm very excited about, I hear it every day, and we hear you. We love you. We're here for you, and we want to work hard for you. So thank you, Mayor, for giving me that opportunity to start off like that. And before I jump into my report, I do want to give a quick current staffing vacancy, because as you know, you guys have supported and approved a 5th beat, and that's been a challenge, and I'm sorry. I feel like I'm letting you down on this, but I want you to know we're working hard to get this staffing. But right now, recruiting for police officers is extremely hard, not just here in Brentwood, but everywhere. You talk to all my colleagues, and that's our #1 concern right now. So right now we do have 6 vacancies in our police officer positions. We have 3 vacancies in our dispatch position. We're down 1 community service officer, and we're hiring for 1 property and evidence technician, which is a new position, and we're down 1 records clerk. Sergeant Aguiar is working very hard to get these filled, along with our awesome HR department who supports our staff. And we have 6 officers out on long-term injuries, so that really causes us some challenges when we want to initiate this 5th beat. The last thing I want to do is initiate it and then have it fail. So I know this is frustrating, but know that we're working hard for that. And now I want to jump into our performance report. Margaret, if you could bring that up for me. And Margaret, thank you for helping me on this. Go ahead, next slide. So I just wanted to really quick go over our department overview. We now have 72 sworn police officer positions. When I started here in 1995, we had 14, so we've come a long ways. We have 6 detectives in our detective bureau, and we have slotted 2 K9 positions. We currently do not have any officers working that assignment. 3 motorcycle officers. They're primarily responsible for traffic enforcement in our city, and we currently have 3 of them working traffic. And we have 3 school resource officers, and our new community engagement officer, Officer Loffridge. And these 2 teams are collateral assignments, so these aren't full-time teams. Our SWAT team and our crisis negotiation team. So officers put in for that, and it's a collateral assignment on top of whatever duty, either detective, school resource, motors, and whatnot in our crisis negotiation team. And we have 36 civilian support staff that comprise of our community service officers, our records division, dispatch, administration, property and evidence, and part-time assistants that help us in those areas. Next slide, Margaret. And the purpose of this report, councils many years ago wanted police department to come forward and report out on what we've done the prior year. And this is to hold us accountable, be transparent to our community, and to assess staffing needs. Next slide. The 4 categories are our response times, our incident of crime and crime rate, our workload, and our clearance rates. Next slide. So our response times are broken down to 2 categories. Priority 1s, which are our emergency calls. That's usually where you'll see officers responding with their lights and sirens on This needs immediate attention right now, or a crime in progress that's a serious nature. And priority 2 calls, they're high priority. However, they don't reach the level of an emergency. And an example of that would be an alarm call at a business or a home. Next slide. This is our response times. This is what are very important to me. I pay attention to this because, especially to our priority 1 calls. Our dispatch center just celebrated 5 years. We've had a dispatch center for 5 years, and this is an area I'm very proud of my staff that works in there and my police officers who respond to these calls, because you know, when a call comes in of a serious nature, our dispatchers have to get the information and then they have to dispatch it to the officers to get them to those calls. So our priority 1 calls did go up 16 seconds. A little concerning, but I'm not on my toes about that, but we'll pay attention to that. And our priority 2s went up 41 seconds. Next slide. So this next one, I'm really proud of. If you look at this, this is the time the call was received by dispatch to the time the officer was dispatched to the call. So these numbers here are all on my dispatchers in our center right now. So as you can see, back in 2017, a priority 1 call would come in and it wasn't dispatched for an average of 1 minute and 14 seconds. And last year, those priority 1 calls were getting dispatched in 36 seconds. That tells me my dispatchers are of high competence and they're able to get information. And if you have some time, go in and sit down and listen to how professional my dispatchers are. My head's spinning when I walked out of there, because they are able to professionally get information extracted from the caller who is going through a major crisis and get my police officers there with enough information to prepare them safely to respond to the calls. And then you'll see our priority 2 response times were exactly the same as last year. Next slide. Incidents of crimes. This is the total number of Part 1 crimes, and I'll explain Part 1 crimes that occurred in a calendar year. And our crime rate is Part 1 crimes per 1,000 population. And that's a way we judge how our crime rate is in our communities. Next slide. Our Part 1 crimes are murder, rape, robbery, arson, assault, burglary, theft, and auto theft. You'll see that these stats are collected. Every police department and sheriff's department across the country is mandated to report these statistics. This is through the FBI, and as long as I've been a police officer, the reporting system is called the Uniform Crime Reporting. This year, we're mandated to change this. We're going to be doing a different reporting that's going to, our department and our officers in our records division has been preparing for over a year to now report in NIBRS, National Incident Reporting System. And it's going to be a lot more detailed reporting. So right now, if we go to a murder, we report to the FBI the murder. Now it's going to be a lot more. If there was other crimes at this crime scene, we're mandated to report everything that occurred at that scene. So we'll get more detailed crime reports from our communities. However, a ton more work on our record staff and our reporting from our police officers. Next slide. So our violent crime, you know, I have to point out it's an anomaly. I like studying crime statistics. However, last year and during COVID, people were in their house. There was businesses closed. People weren't going out as much. So we've never had our communities interact like they did in 2020. So in 2021. So I'm not really putting a lot of stock into this as far as of studying this crime. However, I did prepare. I was talking to Councilmember Mendoza, who she really likes this kind of stuff. But she brought up some good points. Like, this really is kind of skewed because of where we were. And I talked to some other people about that. So I did run 19 stats compared to 21. I know it's kind of anecdotal, but it'll give us a little different, a different reality than looking down saying violent crime increased 20%. That's kind of shocking. I would like to point out a lot of our violent crime was aggravated assault and simple assault. So when I sit here and I try to think, wow, we were up 85 incidents of people battering one another. You know, people are stressed out right now. We are seeing people not treating one another as well as we normally do. And, you know, we're better than this. We're better community than this. And I'm hoping, and I know we will see an improvement next year, because people are going through a lot right now and they're acting out, and sometimes, unfortunately, in physical ways. Neighbors fighting neighbors, people on the roadway getting mad at one another, people at bars drinking too much and taking that out on one another. So come on, Brentwood, let's do a little better than we're doing right now. But you'll see we had a murder in 21. Our rapes went down by 4. Our robberies went up by 8. You know, we did see an increase in some of these shoplifting groups, and some of these when they're trying to flee from some of the store staff and they push them down or whatnot, we classify that as a robbery. Hey, so you'll see arsons went up 13, but I'm happy to report out that we actually arrested 2 arsonists this year, so some that were responsible for those. And then I talked about our aggravated assaults and our simple assaults. Next slide. Aggravated assault is a battery upon a person that results in serious injury or a deadly weapons use. And then a simple assault is when it's battery, you know, like I said, 2 people at a bar fighting and punching each other, doesn't rise to serious bodily injury, or no deadly weapon was used. Next slide. Our property crimes increased 12.62. Our residential burglaries went down, and our commercial burglaries, our non-residential burglaries, went down. So that's a great thing. You know, burglaries, especially our residential, if you've never had experience that crime against you, it is one that is very personal. So we take those very serious. Our thefts went up. We're seeing that statewide, all over the place. Our auto thefts went down. So our property crimes, you'll see, were mostly, you know, the thefts. So our property crimes increased almost over 12.5%. Next slide. So to kind of wrap that up, our total Part 1 crimes went up by 265. That's based on our property and our property and our violence. So a total of 14.8% rise in crime. I told you I'd point out, hey, if we ran 19 against 21, our property crime went up 9% and our violent crime up 7. I'm just using that as, if maybe take out that weird year of lockdowns and people not going out to bars and bars not being open. So next slide. Again, this is our Part 1 crime year to year. Again, kind of an anomaly from last year. It was a record low last year. So I think that illustrates what I was talking about when I was talking to Councilmember Mendoza. Next slide. Hey, can you go back to that last slide, Margaret, please? Hey, so this just really quick, this says, you know, what's your chances per 1,000 of being victimized, being a victim of Part 1 crime? So this year, 32 people in 1,000 were victims of crime. Last year, 22 people. So as you can see over the years, it stayed pretty steady over the years. So I use that as a benchmark when I'm looking at adjusting policing tactics for the next year. Go ahead, next slide. Total workload per officer. We judge our officers' workload out there, and a reactive workload, a proactive. Reactive is crime incidents. We go out to crime calls for service, not necessarily crimes, but all calls that we go to. Cases taken and vehicle collisions. Proactive workload is arrests, citations, and officer-initiated stops, either pedestrian or car stops. Next slide. You can see this is where I'm extremely proud of my officers. You can see that they've been going to a lot of more calls this year than 2021. Crime incidents went up 265 more. We had 880 more calls for service. We took 584 more reports. And here's one, collisions. Talked to Councilmember Mendoza the other day about this. There weren't a lot of cars out on 2020, and they started to come out more in 2021. But on top of that, CHP is reporting a ton more. I think they said something like 1,000% more vehicles being stopped for going over 100 miles an hour. I don't need to tell you what we're experiencing out there on our roadways, right? If you drive Highway 4 at any time, a lot of recklessness going out there. So when we look back at staff and you see my 3 traffic officers out there, my department knows traffic's near and dear to my heart. I know it makes a difference out there when we write tickets and we educate the public and we do events. So first thing to always get taken away is traffic officers when we want to staff things, and I'm really hesitant to do that, especially with these stats here. We need to do something. I talked to my captains, and we have to come up with some strategies. 526 is a lot, not just for last year. If you go back, that's a lot more collisions than we've ever experienced. So we need to stay diligent on traffic enforcement, traffic education, and working with Mickey's crew and Steve Cursavan on some engineering and safety measures out on our streets. So you could see that we almost had 2,000 more incidents for our officers reactive. Next slide. And this is our proactive. Really quick, we arrested 28 more people. We went from 936 to 964. I think that shows that we are a law and order city. We're not gonna let people get away with things, and we're gonna hold people that want to come to Brentwood and commit crimes against my community. We're gonna hold them accountable. Look, I tell my officers, we can only control this 15 square miles. We go out, we arrest people, we write good police reports, and we prepare a good case to go to the district attorney's office. And where it goes from there, I know we all get frustrated, but really we have a job to do, and that's our job in our control. Citations, we wrote 1,100 more citations. Officers stopped almost 2,500 more vehicles and pedestrians out on our streets, and our overall workload, proactive workload increased 20% this year, which is good work. My officers are out working. Next slide. Clearance rates. The clearance rates indicate our Part 1 cases solved. Go ahead. Next slide. The one murder we had, persons in custody. We cleared 8 of our rapes, which doesn't meet the FBI average for 2019. You see the 2019 up there because of the UCR. We don't have any of the new data, so we used 2019 UCR statistics. Our robberies, we cleared 16 out of 55. And again, we did good at clearing some of our arsons, and that was good police work by my officers arresting 2 arsonists out on the street. We solved 48% of our assaults, 239 out of 496. And we solved 21 of our burglaries, arrested 21 people for burglary. And we fell short on our clearance rates on our thefts. We only cleared 12 out of 1,188. Something every year we need to do a better job. If you talk to my investigations units, they're doing a great job, but they need help in there. And right now, again, I go back to staffing. When you're down 12 bodies in a department of 72, that takes a hit. So no excuses. That's on me, and we'll work hard to keep doing better in this area. Next slide. So in summary, our response times, we were up in our both our priority 1, priority 2. Again, we're busier. Crime was up, calls for service were up, which are going to affect response times. The 40-something seconds on priority 2s is concerning. We'll look into that, see if we can work to get those down. But priority 1, I'm still very proud of our response times of priority 1. Crime rate, again, kind of anomaly. I think next year we'll kind of get back into maybe steady on that, but we're going to continue to work hard to get that down. And again, our reactive and proactive workload, I'm proud of the men and women of my police department and our police department who go out there every day, give it our best. And clearance rates, I just said, we got to work on that. This doesn't fall on me. This takes all of us. We're a team here, all of us, our staff, our community, and our council. I know all of you have been working extremely hard on our council, and your hearts are all in the right place. I want to thank my executive staff. I want to thank my city manager, who's there for me 24/7, answers the phone, and gives me good advice on some challenges that I face. We will continue to work hard. I'm here for you 24/7, and that doesn't go for you. That goes for my community. And again, I can't thank you enough. I can't thank our community enough. And to the men and women in my police department, please be safe out there. And we're here to support you. So thank you. I'm available for questions. And sorry, I went a little long.
Any questions or comments to the chief?
I do have a couple of questions. So first, I want to say thank you for everything that you and your team does, and thank you for always answering the phone when we call. I know that being new, I probably asked a lot of questions, and you're like, but so thank you so much. And I do agree with the chief when he mentioned there is a COVID impact. So you saw a decrease. So when you do versus last year, you're going to see bigger of an increase than you would have had COVID not existed. We're seeing it in every industry. You're not an industry, but it's no different. Behaviors changed during COVID. But I do have a question. When the first comment is your priority ones went from 2019 57 seconds to 2021 36 seconds. So you went down 21 seconds. That's phenomenal, and I think we need to call that out. So great job there on your priority ones. That just, again, the COVID impact. When it comes to the arson, do you know, and you might not know this offhand, and I'm sorry I didn't give you a pre-read on this question, do you know how many are homeless encampment arsons versus how many are like regular, like residential and commercial and all that?
No, I don't have the exact numbers on, but I can tell you that the two people that were lighting fires were not lighting homeless encampments on fire. Okay. When we see fires at homeless encampments, those are unlawful fires that we'll respond to, and we'll get the fire department on. So I don't believe we saw people going in and intentionally lighting fires for destruction in those encampments. But there are unlawful fires, a lot in some that have gotten out of control where the fire department has gone there. So I know the two arsonists that we caught, they were out intentionally lighting hillsides on fire, and we caught one in progress. One of my officers actually rolled up on that, and it was some good question. But
that's crazy. And then the other question is about the theft. I know that number went up. Do you know, does it sway more to retail theft versus residential, or is it like an even mix? And I'm sorry, I didn't think about this beforehand.
That's okay. I'm going to say it's not commercial. We have a problem all over the state of California, just like we did back in the mid 2000s on copper theft. We have groups going all over stealing the catalytic converter. So, a lot are though. I mean, our victims, our community wakes up every morning to go to work, and now they have to deal with this. We're trying to get legislation passed on this, so the people that are accepting this, but that goes there. I know that's a lot. I would say in the neighborhoods, the thefts out of vehicles will way outweigh our commercial thefts.
Well, thank you again to you and your entire team. I hope they all know how much we appreciate every single one of them. So thank you.
We do, and thank you, ma'am.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes, Mayor. Thank you for the report, and obviously you guys do a wonderful job out there. I have a question in regards to the rapes cases that we have. Do we know if those are adults or youth when it comes to the kind of cases that are being reported? Do we identify differently?
Yeah, so, rape definitions in California changed a few years ago, so a lot falls into there, and I won't get graphic on any of that. But I want to let you know that, man, this is very serious, and no way am I downplaying anything, but a lot of if we have a stranger rape or something like that, or a child rape, I mean, the community, I'm all in for educating our community as much as we can. So, Vice Mayor, I'm going to tell you that these are adults that fall under this. I'm going to leave it at that.
Okay. And just wondering, too, is that I know that those actuals was 26 actual and then cleared were 8. Is there a reason for that? I mean, Chief, is there a reason why we're not able to, solve some of these things or anything like that?
I'm sorry, on what, Vice Mayor?
I think it was the I cleared. I guess those are being the cases that have been, I guess, already. Am I getting that right? Completed. Out of 34, we've cleared, I think, 8 of them. I'm just wondering, and the reason why I'm asking, Chief, I'm just noticing working at the schools, a lot of students reporting more things, young girls, and that's why, to be honest with you, is part of my question, right? Was if we're getting more reports from youth or adults, and yeah, that's why I'm asking this question. To be honest with you,
no,
seen a little bit.
Yeah, that's a great question, and let me tell you, coming out of COVID, I was on a phone call today. I represent Contra Costa Chiefs for our CIC, which is our children's interview center, and reports are way up. And I'm not going to say that none of those rapes numbers on there involve children. I don't have the statistics on those right now. I usually am very briefed on when children are involved. But no. Coming out of COVID right now, there's been people that have been home with abusers, and we are seeing an increase in our interviews from our children and our self-disclosures of our children coming to our school. So you're exactly right. I was on a call today, and some of our non-acute interviews are 3 weeks back. So the crisis interview center, the children's interview center, is backed up on that. So you're exactly right. And then clearing these. These are by arrest. We investigate these, and we send the cases to the district attorney's office if we have the offender, and usually we know the offender. Usually the victim does know the offender on that, and we'll prepare a case, and if there's enough to make the arrest, we can clear it on there. So that's how many we cleared on there. I don't have all those broken down, but yeah, definitely. More cases being reported right now.
Thank you, Chief.
Councilmember Rarey?
Yes, I've got a couple questions. So of those the arson cases, the 2 that you arrested, how many arson incidents are they involved in?
I don't have that number, but I can get it for you.
Okay.
I think those 6 cleared. I have a feeling we cleared them from those 2 arrests.
Okay. And the rape, are we not clearing them possibly because of a backlog of getting the rape kits processed?
Great question. As you know, that was a big problem. That's never been a problem here at the Brentwood Police Department. We have never backlogged our rape kits. Our rape kits are up to speed. Our county's done a great job with our DA's office. We got departments that were behind, got great state funding, and I believe every department in the county is up to date now. We didn't have that problem. We weren't behind. We have tested all our rape kits.
So and then on to another question was, if the DA's office fails to prosecute, is that considered a case cleared or still uncleared because you haven't been able to
prove it? Right. Yeah, it's not cleared. Yeah.
So how much of our caseload isn't cleared? Do you know that because of a failure for prosecution?
A majority of them. I have to be really sensitive here because, again, this is. I don't want to. How can I put it? They get reported, and there just isn't evidence to substantiate it. That's what I'm gonna tell you on these.
Okay, that's fair, and I agree. I mean, I'm very proud to live in the city of Brentwood. I think our PD does an exceptional job. They're out there doing their job, and and it's a safe city. I mean, despite the things that we have here, I believe we're in a very safe city. People come to Brentwood, and while they come here for schools, they also look at what's going on crime-wise in our city. And it's because of the job that your officers and your department does that helps to make this a quality of life that people look for.
I agree. Thank you, ma'am.
Member Meyer.
Hey, Chief. Great report. Thank you for that. I echo the thoughts of everyone else in that I'm so very proud to be a part of the leadership of this city and have a strong relationship with our police department. I feel like that's something we can all just be very, very proud and feel lucky for, and just the wonderful work that you're doing. My question is around mandated reporting and how that was impacted by COVID. I did had some discussions with Family Justice Center last year about that, and I'm wondering, like, for vulnerable populations, your disabled adults, your seniors, your children, taking part in programming where volunteers or someone in charge might have had to make reports on something that was suspicious, but then they weren't interacting with those populations during COVID. So were you seeing some change there?
No significant change now, other than today, talking to Pat Morey at the Children's Interview Center about the increased reports. So I have not talked to Adult Family Services to see if they're increased in self-reporting or reporting. But here's the thing, and I was very vocal about this at the beginning of COVID, was we rely on coworkers, teachers, fellow workers, bosses, friends to report abuse, domestic violence abuse, child abuse to us. We rely on that, and my fear was working from home and not being able to go out of our house. I know there was abusers in the house, and it was these folks weren't able. Usually, our females were not at work with a coworker that knows when something's wrong, right? We all work with people, and we know when something's off. So, I would think that we could see more reporting on that. In that. So, no, I don't have anything to report out other than the children, the reports of children.
Okay, thank you.
And I tell you, I've said this before, if anybody's listening and you see this, you can call my phone number directly, 925-809-7710, and I'll get that phone call at any time of the night, and I will get you help. So please, if you need help, please call me.
Thank you, Chief. I just want to echo what the other council members have said. Thank you for doing such an outstanding job, you and your entire staff, dispatch, and the records department also. It's great to live in a community that you feel safe at any time, day or night. And so we really appreciate the work that you've done.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for all your support. Remember, we can control what's in this 15 square miles, and we're going to do that, okay? So thank you for your support. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And again, I'm here for you guys if you need me.
Thank you, Chief.
Bye, everyone.
At this time, we're going to move into informational reports from council members, committees, liaisons, and staff. And I'll begin with Councilmember Mendoza.
Sorry, my Zoom went away for a second. Since last week, I attended the Cal Cities Mayors and Councilpersons Roundtable around water and homelessness. I attended the last CO meeting where they approved the consolidation of ECC FPD and Contra Costa County Fire. I attended the oil and gas rally, which had fantastic participation by high schoolers. And I want to actually personally say I'm so impressed with Ian and Lexi from Heritage High School. What they did that day, I've said it before, it will put adults to shame. I could never organize anything like that. And their passion for their environment was pretty amazing. attended the homeless town hall, the LUD meeting. We had a staff meeting with an outside source yesterday about the soccer complex, and attended 2 Livable California meetings, again, just going over more assembly bills that will impact us. And I'm pretty sure we're going to start seeing the impact in our city soon. That is it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. I attended the mayors and council members roundtable for Cal Cities. Had a meeting with Captain Silva and Chief Hansen, and then a follow-up meeting with the REACH Executive Director, Mickey Marchetti, to discuss youth services available in the city and how to collaborate and compile a list and see where we have some gaps. I'm gonna keep connecting on that. Took part in the Shadow Lakes neighborhood cleanup. Attended the Youth Climate March and Rally. Would have to agree with Councilmember Mendoza on Ian and Lexi and how amazing the work they did was. Attended California Alliance of Local Electeds, again, to try and stay up to date on what legislation will be impacting us on a local level. Cal Cities Women's Caucus meeting. Had a discussion around a request to do some presenting for the Impact 100 community event in April. The virtual town hall on homelessness, a quick shout out to our police department for putting so much effort into making sure that was a really robust conversation. And let's see, I think that is it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rarey.
Yes, since the last time we met, I also attended the Cal City Mayors and Council Members Roundtable. Attended the LAFCO meeting regarding the historic East Contra Costa Fire Protection District consolidation with Cont Fire and the dissolution of ECCFPD, which will become effective June 30th, 2022. East Contra Costa Fire Protection District already has staffing level increases in the pipeline, which includes the opening of Station 55 in Oakley in July of this year, and having Station 52 in Brentwood dual staffed by the end of the year. So yay! I spoke with a resident and Captain Sylvan regarding Dolphin Park strategies. I spoke with George Escueda from Senator Glazer's office contacted me regarding an interpretive center at the John Marsh House. I spoke with the Shadow Lakes HOA board member regarding the delay in getting the entrance fountain renovation approved. Attended the California Alliance of Electeds, met with Chief Hansen to discuss a variety of matters, including his presentation this evening. Attended the virtual town hall on homelessness, attended a John Marsh Historic Trust meeting, attended the Holy Festival of Colors. It's an Indian cultural event welcoming in spring and the triumph of good over evil. Festivities involve people smearing each other with dry powdered colors, dancing and enjoying each other's company. And I can tell you, I was quite colorful by the time it was all done. Very colorful. Spoke with someone regarding future proclamations to annually recognize World Down Syndrome Day. Attended the Land Use and Development Committee meeting, which focused on the housing element. And that is all that I have to report.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes, Mayor, at this time, I attended the homeless virtual meeting that was put together. I attended that, and at this time, that's it.
Thank you. Since the last time we met, I attended the Mokelumne pedestrian overpass groundbreaking. That is the overpass that is a pedestrian and bicycle overpass that's going to be crossing Highway 4. It will connect what's called the project area of Mokelumne Coast to Crest Trail. When it's completed, it connects 6 counties across California from the East Bay to the Sierra Nevadas. And it's going to be a real benefit to our community, our pedestrians, our cyclists, and anyone that is going to be using that to get across town on our trails that we are in the process of fixing the gaps over time. And eventually, the trails that will connect on the west side of Highway 4 will also be able to connect through what was the former Rarey Ranch Golf Course and connect to some 68 miles of trails all the way out through Walnut Creek and Pleasanton. So this is going to be a really exciting addition to our community. Also, I attended the Holy Festival here in town, along with Councilmember Rarey. She's not exaggerating. She is a bright personality anyway, but boy, was she bright afterwards. And you know, they say it's a mark of respect and honor and a privilege to have people put powder, the colored powders, all over you. And so, yes, she and I both were very, very colorful and spring-like. And what a wonderful Indian community that we have in Brentwood, just warmly welcoming us and embracing us into the party. They can dance, I cannot, but it was wonderful to see them dancing and just providing another culture to our cultures here in Brentwood that make us such a great place to live. Also, I attended the swearing in of our new arts commissioners. I attended the virtual town hall on homelessness, as well as the Airport Land Use Commission meeting. I attended the Transplan meeting, the BART State Route 4 meeting, the ECRFA meeting as well. And I met with a resident of Deer Ridge to try to answer some of the questions regarding the city's partnership and taking over some of those pieces of property. Tried to explain it to them a little bit. They were happy about what they were hearing and appreciative of all of our council and planning commission working to get these things in areas in our community improved. And with that, I have nothing further to report at this time. At this time, then, we will, I'll ask City Manager Ogden if staff has any updates to report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I just wanted to give a plug for our Capital Improvement Program budget workshop coming up on April 12th, and that'll be at 5 o'clock. So we would invite all the public to come and participate in that. And then coming up a month later, on May 10th at 5 o'clock, we'll have our operating budget workshop. Again, we'll go through the entire budget, the 2-year budget, and get some feedback from the residents and then see what council would like to do with that. So just wanted to give those plugs. And that's all I have to report for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we will move into the consent calendar. And is there anyone that would like to pull an item or a motion? I see Councilmember Meyer.
I'd like to pull C4 just for a very brief update from the city manager, so we have a clear understanding for the public about when we will be back in chambers. And I think it's related enough that that should fly, just because I know there's a lot of question around that, around when are we going to be back? And I think there's some updates that the public should hear.
Okay. So we'll pull item C4. Do we have a motion for the remainder of the items?
Make a motion to adopt C1 through C3 and C5.
Second.
We have a first and a second. A roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza? Yes. Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rarey?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay, now I'll turn it to Councilmember Mendoza for item C4. Or
but it wasn't her.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Meyer. I was looking at your face and said, I'm sorry, Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. Again, just looking for a very brief update from the city manager for the public's understanding of what our timeline looks like for getting back into chambers for community events across the board.
Sure, great. So the consent item is Assembly Bill 361 that gives authorization for the council to have hybrid meetings or meet completely virtually. And the Contra Costa County Health Services did release on March, I believe it was March 1st, some guidance that they are strongly discouraging meeting in public. And I think the supposition there is that you're having large crowds. I think we perhaps could meet in council chambers, anticipating a smaller crowd, and we could space out. So we do have an opportunity. We could meet April 12th, which is our next meeting. We do have a construction project occurring in the council chambers, however, starting shortly thereafter. And that's to upgrade all the cameras and the microphones, the sound system. And that is anticipated to last 5 to 6 weeks. And so would preclude any council meetings in person in the chambers. We have looked at the community center and its limitations to be able to broadcast in the full way that we've been able to do otherwise from the chambers when we were doing the hybrid meetings. So that one is going to be challenging, and we're still looking through some different options to try to see what we can do. But if the council would like to meet on April 12th, where we have that CIP workshop at 5 and then the council meeting that night, but it may be the only time in April or May that we can meet in person and have to wait till the council chambers is ready to go and anticipated to be the end of May or 1st of June.
And would it be extra work for staff for us to be in chambers for one meeting?
No, that would be fairly straightforward. And I will just pause for that. The city attorney may have some additional guidance related to if we do come back in person while exercising the authority granted through AB 361, that it may preclude you from going back to some full virtual environment absent some kind of change in the emergency situation. So, Damien?
Thank you, Tim. City manager is correct. As he indicated, the council's been meeting virtually pursuant to AB 361, which allows you to have these meetings. Those of you that are, that are not at City Hall, from your homes, that having to notice your homes and allowing the public to come in and be a part of your living room or offices or wherever that might be. Once we move away from the AB 361 regulations, we fall back under the current Brown Act regulations that do require such notices. And so that's something that would need to be taken into consideration. And I think it becomes a bit more of a challenge to say that you'll be meeting in person in the chambers with the public, and then not after the next meeting, or for the chamber rehabilitation. So that was why we've been meeting in this fashion to get through those rehabilitations, to allow you to have these sorts of meetings without having to go through the current or the non-AB 361 Brown Act rules.
Thank you. That answers my question, and I would just move to approve consent item C4 as is.
Thank you. We have a first.
I'll second that.
Second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza? Yes. Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rarey?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Thank you. At this time, we will move into public hearings. Item D1, which is an ordinance to adopt a new city council electoral district map and related updates to the municipal code. And City Manager Tim Ogden will present them. Tim.
Good evening again, Mayor and City Council. So as you will recall, we held a special City Council meeting on March 3rd, where you heard public testimony from the residents and then adopted a resolution that approved the planned Navy map that was orchestrated and put together by the Redistricting Commission. And this is now your new electoral district boundary map that would last through the 2030 census and presumptively would need to be redrawn at that point with those new numbers. So that was adopted by resolution. What we have before you tonight is the actual ordinance. Now that you've selected a map, we're able to insert the language into updating the Brentwood Municipal Codes, Chapter 2.10. It reflects the map boundaries as well as the map. And it also includes some language that addresses a situation that we now have. And it takes into account if there is a council member who, through the redistricting process, now no longer resides in the district to which they're elected, that based on state law, it does permit that council member to retain their seat and to continue to offer representation to that district until the term of office ends or a successor takes that office. So that is what is included in the ordinance that's before you for your consideration. And based on that brief summary, we'll be glad to answer any questions you have about that.
any questions of staff? Okay, Councilmember Meyer.
Tim, thank you. You had already answered this question for me because I had a question from a resident, but I thought maybe this would be something that would be helpful to the public to understand when they'll be able to have access to a very clear map or a way to find out specifically where they sit in the districts, and what will that look like once everything is up to date? What will it look like for people who are trying to find specific information about where they fall?
Yes, so our demographer has an application that we just found out today is going to be in place for many years, perhaps even through the tenure of this 10-year process, where they can click on that interactive map and not only see the map that's the final map, and hopefully there doesn't create confusion, but they can see all the other maps that have been drafted at the time. So that's where it's not perfect in that sense, but if they click on that, they can zoom in and see street level and be very clear. We are working with our GIS team to internally create a high resolution PDF that will be much clearer and easier to zoom in without any additional distractions of other maps that may confuse some. So I believe that link is up now or will be up before the end of the week, that they can zoom in through the interactive map. And then we should have that PDF by the end of the week as well.
Great, I have no more questions, thank you.
And if they have other questions other than where the map looks like, if they have questions about their address and which district they're in, they can certainly reach out to staff at City Hall and we'll get them a response.
Thank you. Are there any further clarifying questions of staff? Okay, seeing none, at this time, I will now open the public hearing and I'll turn it to you, Margaret.
I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I do have one hand raised. I'll call on Rod. Rod, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Margaret. I just want to quickly congratulate the City Council for putting together this redistricting commission and creating a process that was done with integrity, a great deal of care. I want to congratulate the Redistricting Commission for the hard work that they did. I observed most of the meetings, and I could see that they were working hard. They gave a lot of thought to what they were doing. They took advantage of the fact that as residents and as citizens, their familiarity with their areas of the city helped a lot. And at the end of the day, they produced 2 maps that were excellent, and they were done with integrity and diligence and nothing less than that. And so it's been a great thing. I really appreciate what the city has done here, and I want to thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional hands raised.
Okay, thank you. If there are no further speakers, then we will close the public hearing.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
If I may, as it's a public hearing, if we could have a motion and a vote to close the public hearing, please.
Yes, we can.
Thank you.
We have a first.
Second.
And a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rarey?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay, Margaret?
Don't we have discussion?
I'm sorry. Yes, thank you, Councilmember Rarey.
So all I want to say is I agree with Rod. I watched 4 out of 5 of the commission meetings, and you know, when you're not really involved with the city and you know what all the planning is and everything else and what's happening here and there, it's difficult when you look at this map with all these slices in it and say, how can we split this city up? And it makes sense. And I think they did an excellent job, and I commend them on all the work and effort that they put into this. and want to thank them for the time that they serve.
Yes, Councilmember Meyer.
Same. I want to thank all of the commissioners. I know they put a lot of time and effort into all of this and gave a lot of their personal time up. And in watching the news and seeing what's happening in a lot of cities throughout the Bay Area, I am just we're grateful that we were able to do the process that we did. And again, just really thank you to the commissioners, and I'm pleased with the results. I think we can be proud of it being very transparent and ethical.
Thank you. Any further comments? Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
You're on mute.
Sorry about that. I also would like to thank the committee for putting this together. I think it's a great map. I think it's going to open up the doors for a lot of great opportunity for people to hopefully run and put themselves out there to hopefully be part of this process. So once again, I just want to thank everybody for putting this map together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry. I'm going to make a motion unless Tim wants to say something.
I just wanted to add that if you approve this tonight and we get to a second reading of the ordinance, we have prepared to recognize the redistricting commissioners once everything is final, and want to do that probably at the April 12th meeting. So if that does end up being in person, that will probably even work well with recognizing the commissioners. So just wanted to highlight that.
Thank you. And before we do take a motion, I'm going to ask Margaret to read the title of the proposed ordinance.
I believe I need a motion first, and then I'll read the title before you vote.
Okay.
I'm very proud to make this motion because one of the reasons I ran is because of what I saw happen last time maps were created in the gerrymandering. So it actually was a catalyst to get me to run because I wanted it to be a clean slate next time we did maps. So I'm very proud that, as detailed in the staff report, introduced and waived the first reading of an ordinance selecting a new City Council Electoral District Map and amending Municipal Code Chapter 2.10.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Now, Margaret, if you could read the title.
Of course. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Brentwood repealing and replacing in their entirety sections 2.10.020 through 2.10.060 of the Brentwood Municipal Code pertaining to City Council member election districts, a district election process, and sequencing of the district elections, and authorizing staff to take actions necessary to implement the provisions of this ordinance.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please. We do have a first and a second already.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rarey?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Wonderful. Congratulations, council and community. It is now official. Move into business items. Item E1.
Mayor?
Yes.
Before we move on, can I sent you an email, not sure if you got it, but can we move E5, which I feel like is going to have a lot of public participation, after E2, because I think E1 and E2 will also have a lot of public participation. But I think a lot of people are holding on, and maybe some high school students have to be at school early tomorrow morning. Oh no, they're on spring break, but still. So if we could move that, that'd be great.
I'm happy to do it if council is in favor. Is council okay with that? Then we will move into item E5.
I thought you were going to do it after E2, and I was going to say, let's not do it after E2. Let's do it before E2.
Okay.
E2
so E1 then E5? Yeah, that's perfect. So E1 and then E5. Thank you.
Okay. So we'll go to item E1 and then E5. This time, E1 is consideration of Dolphin Park strategies and operating hours. Parks and Recreation Director Bruce Mulder will present on the item. Bruce? You're talking, you're muted.
All right.
See you now. There.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Good. All right. Well, good evening, Mayor and council members. We are focusing our efforts back on our summer season and our water features. So we're back to discussing Dolphin Park. So as you recall, last summer and fall, the council and the Parks and Recreation Commission reviewed some mitigation measures on how to deal with the inappropriate use of the Dolphin Park water feature, which has negatively impacted the neighborhood. The council directed the Park and Rec Commission to review the issues and possible solutions and come back with a recommendation. So tonight I will be presenting this recommendation to the council on how to mitigate these issues while at the same time providing a balance for Brentwood residents so that the water feature can remain open, but with limited hours. The commission assigned an ad hoc committee, which met with the Parks and Rec staff and the police department on these issues. The ad hoc also hosted a community meeting with the neighborhood to review issues and possible solutions. This information was taken to the full commission for review, and from this meeting, the following strategies and operating hours are being recommended for council consideration. The commission also intends to keep Dolphin Park on its regular agenda over the summer months to continue to monitor the effectiveness of these strategies and to continue to hear from the public on any issues that may arise. So these recommendations include, one, increase the frequency of trash pickup, which has been an ongoing item out there. So in addition to the scheduled maintenance and trash cleanup, park staff will visit the park at the end of each shift on Saturday and Sundays to do a cleanup of any lingering trash. Increased signage, including simpler messaging at the park. And this will focus on the main items that the police department can clearly enforce. And these top three include no alcohol, no barbecues, and no bounce houses without a permit. A solution that came from the residents of the neighborhood said, look into the feasibility of providing a split rail fence around the park, making it more difficult for patrons to bring in barbecues and bounce houses, and would also force those who visit the park to walk through the four corners of the park where we have clearly posted signs with our municipal code rules. And finally, limit the water feature hours to 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. on Saturdays and Sundays, and 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. on the weekdays. The majority of the issues at the park have come from the water feature being open late in the afternoon and evening on Saturdays and Sundays. This is the time which has led to additional alcohol consumption, barbecues over the dinner hour, et cetera. So by closing down the water feature on Saturdays and Sundays at 4 p.m., this should help mitigate these issues. Also, I should note that residents looking for group picnics for longer hours in the summertime do have other options like City Park, Blue Goose Park, and our Brentwood Family Aquatic Center. In addition, law enforcement will step up enforcement on the weekends with dedicated patrol focusing on these main areas through education and enforcement to handle issues proactively. So though we can't control all behavior in our parks, we feel these strategies should go a long way to improve and encourage the appropriate use of the park. And so with that, staff is requesting that council consider the recommendation from the Parks and Rec Commission to move forward with these strategies and limited operating hours. This concludes my presentation, and myself, Aaron Wanden, our park maintenance manager, and Captain Doug Silva are here to help answer any questions of the council.
Thank you, Bruce. Councilmember Rarey.
I've got a couple of questions. The first one, while it was, you talked about efforts of education and then enforcement will take place at the park. We know that, as you said, alcohol is out there and alcohol is prohibited at all our parks without a permit. And even then, is it just specific parks that allow the alcohol with a permit?
You have to have a permit to use alcohol in the parks.
Okay. And so what efforts will be made to curtail alcohol consumption at the park? as we know, you will, you'll go up, you'll educate them, they'll go and they'll take right in front of the police, take all of their coolers and put it back into their vehicle. And then after the police leave, they'll turn around and walk back and grab a beer or whatever's in there and pour it into a red cup and walk back into the park. So Captain Silva, if you might talk to what the officers might do to curtail this.
Good evening, Mayor Bryant and council members. I haven't been involved in a meeting for a minute, so I'd like to welcome myself back first and foremost. But to answer your question, Councilmember Rarey, we plan to create or establish a presence early this season and really set the tone for the culture or the behavior culture in the park, not just Dolphin Park, but really realistically all parks. So part of our strategy moving forward, and I just met with all the officers assigned to that beat. There's 6 officers. I met with the supervisor, I met with the lieutenant, and we all got together in a room last week to come up with some strategies and some communication efforts using social media, using our community engagement officer to really educate the public and the surrounding communities too who come and use the park as to what the rules are. So there's no surprises when everybody shows up to use the park. So in addition to the signage and in addition to the extra presence, it's going to be interacting and engaging with the park goers. And so we can get a feel for what's going on instead of being reactionary. So we really want to be proactive, establish a presence early and often on the weekends so that it doesn't get out of hand, because that's what happened in the past is that, the officers are working their beat and they're going about their business, and unbeknownst to them, you have 100 people showing up and they've been drinking for 3, 4, 5, 6 hours. And now here we come and it's really a challenge to start enforcing municipal code violations at that point and holding people accountable. So I hope I answered your question, but the strategy is to get in there early and often, really set the tone for the behavior in the park and address any municipal code violations right out the gate before it gets out of hand.
Okay, and will the officers, if there's a bounce house, require them to remove it from the park, or the pop-up tents, barbecues and grills, will all those be removed from the park as be removed, not just educating them on it?
Yes, the bounce houses and the pop-up tents. Now, I'm trying to be reasonable when we're talking about pop-up tents and different types of shade for youngsters who may need shade to protect themselves from the hot sun on those 110-degree days. But there's a difference between that and a bunch of pop-up tents to accommodate an adult party. So, I don't want to take the discretion out of the hands of the officers. I want to be reasonable. But yes, when it comes to the bouncer houses that are there without a permit and the pop-up tents and the barbecues, that we are prepared to take action on those violations.
Okay. All right. Good. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Councilmember Meyer?
Wait. All right, that one that one got answered. So, one of the things that was stated in here is that the Park and Rec Commission can receive a significant feedback from Brentwood residents, and from a majority of Brentwood residents when they closed on Saturday. I wanted to ask a question. Wasn't the feedback from the public the result of a bounce house vendor's posts or multiple posts on social media?
I can take that one. So there was quite a bit of chatter on social media regarding Dolphin Park after the hours were closed on Saturdays. We forwarded to council the emails that the Parks and Rec Department received after that took place. And I think there were 15 emails. Most of all of them, were upset or against the fact that the park had closed on the weekends. I don't have record of the social media, but I do know that there was quite a bit of social media chatter. And there was some chatter about a bounce house vendor that stirred things up a bit.
Okay. And what have we done to remove that vendor from our authorized vendors list? Because he knew he needed a permit to have that in our park, and he didn't get a permit. He is an authorized vendor, and he didn't get the permit necessary because he knew that he couldn't put it in that park.
Yes, so we are actually right now looking at updating our jump house terms and conditions vendor permit, and we're going through that right now so we can get that updated and requiring all of our vendors to sign this updated information, which will include operating with a permit, or you forfeit your ability to be able to be in our parks. So we're looking at that right now, that process.
Okay. All right. So that's been a couple of months since I suggested that. Do we know how soon it will come forward?
We are making that a priority to move that forward as quickly as we can.
Okay. Yeah, because with summer just around the corner, I'd hate to get into the summer season and already, problems happening. So the sooner we can get that, the better, especially with what happened last year. All right, that's all that I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. And can I officially welcome Captain Silva? Just to make that official. First question would be for Bruce. And I wanted you to, if you could please confirm if what we're trying to do at this park, the ordinances that we have in place, what we're trying to just maintain, is it different from other parks in the city?
So the operating hours for the water feature are a little bit more limited here than at other parks. So the other water features, City Park, Blue Goose Park, the operating hours are 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. And here the hours are 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. during Monday through Friday, and 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. on the weekends. So we are limiting the hours, especially for the weekend use. And that's really to curtail the issues on the weekends that are coming in the later afternoon with more of the alcohol use and barbecues and that type of thing. So shortening those hours.
It's not just about the water hours. It's also about some of these other things that are being that are in violation.
Yes, it's about working very closely with law enforcement. Captain Silva has been involved in this process, and meeting with our ad hoc committee with Parks and Rec, and really focusing on the enforcement of the municipal code with these violations, and showing a presence and educating our patrons on the rules, and hitting that early and often, like you mentioned.
Thank you. And I watched the Parks and Rec Commission meeting where this was discussed, and I heard the term destination centers, I think is what it was. In that meeting, is that the term I was remembering, destination center?
It could be that had come up with maybe the residents, and I think some of the residents who live around the park feel like this particular water feature has turned into a destination feature. And it's a neighborhood park, and it's our goal to allow the use of the park by the residents in the water feature, but make sure it is used in a appropriate way, family use, and that it's not intended to be a destination community park.
Okay. And I think that's exactly what I'm trying to clarify, is the difference between this as a neighborhood park and something like the Aquatic Center or Blue Goose. Like, if we can clarify what the difference is between those two, I think, can you do that, please?
Yeah, so we have community parks, which are our larger parks. Our larger parks include parking, restrooms, and they are intended for more of a destination, like Sunset Park, Veterans Park with the Aquatic Center, City Park downtown. They have picnic shelters. They have areas that can be rented for, group gatherings. This particular park, Dolphin Park, is a neighborhood park. It is embedded in a neighborhood. and it just happens to have a really nice water feature. So, it gets a lot of, in the summertime, what happens is, with social media today, people post their favorite parks. And we do get people from out of town that come to Brentwood because it's safe. We have beautiful parks and we have a lot of amenities in our parks. So, word gets out and people come. And so by going through this process and limiting the hours on the weekends and educating the patrons and working with PD on really hitting the enforcement side, some clear signage, we are working to mitigate the inappropriate use and the overuse of this water feature in this park.
Thank you. And what about parking? Does that make a difference? Because if you compare this park to the other ones that are more of an actual destination rather than neighborhood, they have designated parking.
Exactly, yes. They do have designated parking. In this particular park, there's on-street parking. But that's another one of the challenges is people park right in front of residential homes. So if a resident is having their own gathering, there's a lot of cars and it can be a challenge. So it has definitely impacted, especially those that live right around the park. I can say that when we had a community meeting for the neighborhood, the residents really expressed that the weekday use has never been an issue. It's just this weekend use and this overuse and the violations of the municipal code that have been the issue. They have clearly stated that they are not opposed to appropriate use of the park for Brentwood residents. But they do understand that, it's a challenge, and they do want us to come up with some real solutions that can help mitigate these challenges.
Great. Thank you for that. I think you answered everything I had.
Thank you, Councilmember Mendoza.
Hi, Bruce, quick question. I thought council had directed to take this vendor off the list. And I think he should have a timeout for at least a year. He terrorized the neighborhood. There was various posts online where he would go on Saturdays, and I saw them all. People sent them all. He purposely terrorized the neighborhood for a few consecutive weekends. And I thought we had said this vendor cannot be on the list. Unless I remember that correctly, we can go back and listen to it. But it's not a Brentwood company. And he's coming here and dropping off tables, chairs, jump houses. I don't know how, maybe that comes up in discussion, but I remember that a little bit differently. So we can review tape if we need to, or we can discuss it and decide how we want to manage that. But I don't think we should be rewarding anyone who's terrorizing our residents at all, ever.
I agree.
We could look into that further. I don't recall the specific direction from council on that, other than I was working on updating the jump house terms and conditions, the permit process, so that we have clear language so that we can, if somebody violates the rules or puts out a bounce house without a permit, we have stronger teeth in our policy to be able to address that issue.
I don't even want to add that workload of having the police officers to go down there and manage it. We already saw our police department report today, right? So if we know he's an offender, why would we welcome him back as a vendor? He knew the rules beforehand and he chose not to follow them. So we're going to reward him by letting him be a preferred vendor again. It doesn't seem like, I wouldn't do that for my kids. Why would I do that for a vendor? But let's talk about that during discussion. That's where I stand on that. I don't want to see him back on the list. If everyone else does, that's fine. That's up to them. I don't want to see him on the list after what I saw him do online to people in that neighborhood.
I have a question for staff. This is Damien. Damien, what is council's ability in this area? And at what point in this conversation should we have it?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was actually thinking the same question myself, because there's that fine line between council giving policy direction and council operationally involved in city issues. On this one, I wouldn't recommend any calling out of an individual vendor. If council wants to go down that road, I would more recommend looking at vendors who have violated policies, violated city regulations, limitations of that sort. So it applies to all vendors who violated, not just one particular one, because I don't know if there are others out there that might have been involved in this, and there'd have to be some showing of that as well. I think some clear showing that can be demonstrated before we went too far down that road. And the challenge now is the council setting up, or council's recommending rules be set up after the fact, after the violations occurred. And so I'd want to give some thought to any issues with that. But certainly it's something that if the council, doesn't make a decision on that issue tonight, they can certainly ask staff to come back with some recommendations on that one. But I wouldn't recommend calling any individual vendor versus focusing more on any vendors that have violated city regulations.
Okay, thank you very much. If there are no further questions of staff at this time, then we will open public comments. I'll turn it to you, Margaret.
I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I will call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I do have 2 hands raised. I'll go ahead and share my timer screen. And I'll call on Rod, followed by Carolina. Rod, go ahead.
Thank you, Margaret. I wasn't really going to comment on this item tonight, but just hearing some of the comments about the vendors' online conduct and how they treated our neighbors, I think that everybody understands that what I'm doing here and why I come to these meetings so often is what I care about is the people that live in this city and making sure that what we do as a city is done for the benefit of the people that are already here. My neighbors matter to me a lot. And I can tell you, I directly observed the online behavior that we're talking about here, and it was reprehensible. So to have a vendor on the list that comes in and really encourages people to just get online and just verbally pelt people for simply pointing out that, they live there and they want their piece, and, kind of rhetoric like, well, it's a park, you should use it like a park, and really being disrespectful. So if the attorney is of the opinion that nothing can be done tonight, I definitely think something needs to be done. And if there is no mechanism to enforce, decent treatment of our neighbors in this city, there needs to be one. So, yeah, if you can't at least ban this person, and I don't know what the procedure is to ban a person, if you cannot do that tonight, then you should at the very least, come up with policies and procedures to prevent that, because again, his behavior was reprehensible. He beat up, verbally on our citizens, on our city. He's not from here. We didn't build that park. My tax dollars don't go to fund that park so people can come in from out of town, beat up on my neighbors verbally, and then, walk away with no consequences. The heck with that guy. Let's get rid of him. And if you can't do it, well, that's a shame that their policy is not already in place. And you sure as heck better get one in place so this doesn't happen again. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carolina Villaseca. Carolina, go ahead.
Good evening, City Council. When my kids were little, we used all the parks all the time, and we had one birthday party at that park, and I had to get there like 7:30 in the morning to grab tables. but we were very respectful. We just used the tables that were there. The kids played in the water. Everybody had a great time. We took all our trash with us, and it was great. So I understand the frustration of the people that live around that park with that park. So once you limit the hours of the water feature for this particular park, there's a park right up the street from that. So what is to stop people from not going to this park, but then going less than 5 minutes up the street to the other park and causing the same chaos? So, I think it's not just as simple as we need to educate the people on this one park. But like Chief Silva said, there are going to be needing resources to the other parks as well, because people will go. If I can't go here, then I will go there because it's hot. They may not have a pool or, not have access to parks like these. So I think the police chief is going to have to keep a close eye on traffic at other parks that have water features. This summer, there's going to be a lot more education that needs to take place, a lot more policing. And what I mean by policing is like really make people understand that this is not allowed and enforcing the fact that it's not allowed. So, it's a whole education process, and it has to be consistent and it has to be frequent. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jeremy. Jeremy, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm speaking on behalf of myself and other homeowners around the park who were not comfortable speaking publicly tonight for reasons I think you're all aware of and were just alluded to. So I won't go into the issues, as I think those have been well vetted through previous meetings. So I just want to get into where do we go from here. As stated, on the weekdays it's fine. The water features used as it's designed to be used. I don't think you're going to find anyone who really lives across the street from the park that really has a problem with what they see on the weekdays. I know it's what we thought it would be when we imagined living across the street from this park. It's the neighborhood park on the weekdays. The weekends, though, are the real issue, because on the weekends, when the water features open, our neighborhood park is attracting people from not just Brentwood, but all over Contra Costa County, and on some weekends, other counties as well. So it's fair to say it's a regional attraction destination center on the weekends when the water features open. It's not a neighborhood park, as we're constantly told it's supposed to be. And because of that, I think the homeowners directly across the street deal with all the issues that come with all of that, and we shouldn't have to. Now, we know that Parks and Rec is recommending reduced hours, but I think if you're really looking for a permanent solution here, making the splash feature a Monday through Friday splash feature, I think is really the way to go. Keep in mind, of course, the park itself would stay open as normal because the park itself isn't the issue. The water feature is the issue, and that's what makes our neighborhood park a regional park on the weekends. So if you take that feature away on the weekends, it then loses that regional appeal. Problem solved, right? Also remember that, as alluded, this is not the only water feature in Brentwood. Blue Goose Park is a beautiful water feature right about a quarter mile down the street. And most importantly, it has the infrastructure to support the type of demand that we see on the weekends, and it's away from housing. It also has a new playground, so it's a great alternative, for those that really need access to a water feature on the weekends. So to conclude, I would just say, look, we recognize that, we're probably on the end of an unpopular viewpoint, and we felt that, but that doesn't mean we're wrong. Contrary to some belief out there, this isn't about trying to be the fun police or some of the other false things that have been said over the years. We love seeing kids enjoying the water feature. Love it. What we don't enjoy is that the neighborhood park that we thought we'd be living across the street from has become a regional attraction destination center on the weekends. And it does not have the infrastructure to support that type of demand that it attracts, and it leaves us as the surrounding neighbors really left with having to deal with all the issues that come from it. So, we're just hoping that the city council solves this thing once and for all. I hope that we can just stop the Band-Aid approach, I think, that's been taken over the years. And let's just fix this. And I think that solution is something to be considered. So we appreciate the time.
Thank you. I have no additional speakers with their hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, then we will close public comment and move into council discussion. Councilmember Mendoza.
I think we've spoken about it before. You all know how I feel about this park. I've been out there whole weekend days seeing what happens, and people show up like Carolina said, at 7:30 in the morning, schlepping all their stuff out, bring trucks, party trucks coming in, dropping off chairs and tables and canopies. And I just don't think that that's the best use of police time, is going out and monitoring parties. Now, I know the neighborhood wants it closed all the time, and that's what I would prefer, but I know that we should probably test it out. Like Captain Silva said, people have been drinking all day, 3 to 4 hours in, they're inebriated, and it's, you know, that's when police start getting called, and then it gets a little ugly. I think we should consider not opening it in the morning, because it's not a hard thing to show up at 8 for an 11 a.m. party. I think we should shift it and do it from like 2 to 7, because is someone going to get there at 8 and really hold on for a 2 o'clock party? I don't know, but testing it might work. But I think if we keep the morning hours, it's going to still keep doing what it's doing. And if you recall, Captain Chief Hansen said one time this, and he said almost verbatim, this park has been a problem since it opened in 2016. And there is a lot of calls, and there is a lot of people that are super fearful to come and speak. And I've spoken to those people. They have been threatened. They have been yelled at. People do drink alcohol outside their houses. People throw out diapers outside their houses. If you go on a Saturday when there is a big party, it is insane. And it's not anyone who is here now's fault. This development was not supposed to have this kind of water feature. It was supposed to be a very calm neighborhood park. And somewhere down the line, that design got changed, and there was no consideration of parking or size or the neighborhood or anything. So I would like to try hours extended to the evening. And then if that doesn't work, then we shut it down, and at least we tried. And then my other question is, do we allow tables and people to bring in folding tables and chairs to this park, Bruce?
The park is not permitted for like large gathering or parties. So, but specifically, I don't think the Muni Code states tables and chairs. So I don't know if it gets into that kind of detail, but we do not permit, large parties at this park. So it's
okay.
Might be,
so that would be, I'm just thinking about the enforcement, right? Like, how do you tell someone they can't have their like chair when they come to the park, but then there's someone with like 3 tables and 8 to 10 chairs per table? Like, how do you differentiate that? That's
Sure.
where I'm thinking we go to later in the day, and then see how that works. And if it doesn't work, we tried, and then we try something else.
That is why we specifically, when we talked about enforcement with PD, is focusing on the top 3 areas that can be clearly enforced: alcohol, bounce houses without a permit, and the third one. Why am I blanking on that one? But so it was clear things that PD could see and enforce. And
what time? Sorry, go ahead. Sorry. Yeah. What time does the park officially open?
The park
Not the
itself,
water.
the park itself is dawn to dusk, like the rest of our parks. It's just that the water feature has these specific hours.
Yeah. I mean, so that was what I think. I don't know what anybody else thinks.
Councilmember Rarey.
So I kind of disagree with shifting the hours later, because they're still going to come in the morning. They'll save their tables. It only takes one person to get out there and set up tablecloths and so forth on the tables and wait till 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Not the funnest thing, but they can start dropping things off here and there, have family dropping things off here and there for the next, 6 hours. Not something I'd want to do, but you never know. I mean, people get out there to do these things. So while I think the 5 strategies listed are a good start, especially the feasibility of a fence with signage at each gate, I'm concerned that the 5 items discussed by the Parks and Rec and Police ad hoc in January Only 3 of those strategies moved forward: signage, hours, and trash pickup. While extra police patrols didn't make it on as a Parks and Rec strategy, I was glad to hear tonight that there will be more of a police presence. And I think education doesn't seem like, but if they're going to shut down the bounce houses and the tables and the grills and barbecues and the pop-up tents right away, I think that will help. And I did talk earlier today with the captain regarding alcohol and just like I said, them putting it into cups, and he says that, they can come back, police could come by later if it gets rambunctious out there, and or if they drive by and they see that there's problems, that they could either just try to get close enough to the people to see if they can smell the alcohol, or ask them if they can sniff their cups. But, as I said, cops come, you toss your thing right into the grass. So the other discussion item by the ad hoc, which didn't move forward, was the primary focus will be education. Staff will use various social media platforms to communicate park use expectations and rules. Links will also be available on the Police Department and Parks and Recreation webpage. I think this should be included in the strategies, but not in the way it is proposed. While the education of rules of Dolphin Park seems like the logical solution, I'm afraid bringing more attention to this park will only exacerbate the problem. Another option might be to educate people on which parks allow bounce houses or other blow-up outdoor play structures, because, there are giant slides and there's a variety of things that people could bring in there and blow up. Gas barbecues, charcoal grills, day tents, and alcohol, and that all of those other items are strictly prohibited in any other park. Also, we should include what the process is to get a permit for each of those, and for those that you can get permits for, as well as like barbecues and grills. While you can't bring them into the parks, here are the parks that offer barbecues and grills, and so we can direct them to those parks. On top of not educating the public about Dolphin Park, we shouldn't advertise it on social media at all. We should create a parks matrix with all the amenities at each park. And I know we currently have something kind of like that, but they're little dots on a map. Or there's a list of the parks with the amenities. And I think if we did a matrix, we could do a bright red, large red circle with a line through it for a column for bounce houses, and every park except the parks that allow it, which I think there's only 3, would have that big red circle with a line through it, and then a capital P in those other ones where it refers to needing the permit. So I also believe that on the weekends we should increase the police patrols, as they said, or even a code enforcement officer. There was also mentioned during the meeting with the neighborhood that they are interested in speed bumps on the streets to prevent speeding around the park. I think we should move forward with that as well. If they want it in their neighborhoods, that's their streets that are in front of their homes, and we should consider that, or we should move forward with it. I would agree that we should ban any vendor that doesn't follow our guidelines, and we should create, add that to our ordinance, our municipal code. And in closing, if this park continues to be a problem, even with education, we should consider closing it on Saturdays. Because I'd heard that the Sunday thing worked out pretty well during those last couple of months, those last couple of days. But if Saturdays and Sundays are still problematic, maybe consider closing it on Saturdays and Sundays. but I agree we should let this have its little run first to see how it does.
Thank you, Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. Regarding education, I just want to say I think there is primarily a lot of people that are completely disregarding what the rules are. Education is great, but I mean, I don't think that should be one of our priority moves here to count on some actual change, because people clearly are seeing signs and completely ignoring them. People know better than to have open drinks at a park. They should know better than that. Regarding the vendor, I just want to touch on that briefly and say I would imagine that our contract would say that these are our rules, and I don't know why we couldn't, if you are not following the rules, just not renew a contract. So it doesn't seem like it should be as complicated as having to go back and spend a lot of staff time on this. I feel like if we just review the language of the contracts, it seems like there should be something in there that says if you don't follow our rules, then you can't be a vendor. But I would support, if we're not sure about that, certainly taking the time to review those contracts. And Damien, did you want to say something?
I did. While we were taking public comment, I was listening to that, but I was also looking at the staff report. There really is no discussion of the vendor in the staff report. So I would probably steer clear of a lengthy conversation on that tonight. Certainly, I know staff and myself have heard the council concerns over these issues, and I'll be working with Mr. Mulder and Captain Silva to look at what we currently have in place and what we may be able to do in that regard.
Okay. And during our last council meeting on this, I specifically brought that up as an item that we should move forward with.
And Councilmember Rarey, I don't recall that specifically. I'm sorry. But I'm just looking at what we have before us tonight, and I don't see that discussion there. And I don't know if what you brought up had a vote of the council to go forward on it. And I'm sure it did, but I just don't recall it. And so I'm just also looking at what's on the staff report tonight. I just don't see any discussion of the vendors.
Well, Bruce,
can we add that to the
moving forward on that? So he wouldn't have moved forward on that without.
Then I'll be working with him and Captain Silva to look at what the flexibility is of the council. But for tonight, I don't think we can really put something with regard to the vendors in the motion tonight, because it's not on the agenda. It's not listed in the staff report, versus a number of the points you were raising, Councilmember Rarey, regarding what the subcommittee did. That's all listed in the staff report.
But it says provide direction on Dolphin Park strategies and operating hours. If our strategy is to hold vendors accountable, then that's a strategy. That's a lever we can pull. Strategies includes any lever that we can pull in order to fix the issues that are happening at the park. That is the subject and title.
But if you go further into it, it specifically talks about the recommendations of the Park and Rec Commission. I don't mean to be I'm not trying not to be argumentative, Councilmember Mendoza, but I'm really not seeing any language about the vendors.
So can one of us make a motion at the end of the evening?
Does anything preclude us from doing that, to adding it to the motion?
I would not recommend adding it to the motion tonight. That being said,
can we make it an agenda item? Do we need to do that? To address that.
Certainly make it a future agenda item, but as I said, staff has certainly heard what you have said and your concerns, and it's going to be looked at. That I'm certain of. I know I'm going to be looking at it.
The frustrating part is this is now another time where I know that Councilmember Rarey brought it up. She brought it up. We discussed it. We discussed this vendor. We discussed the Facebook post, and this is another time where it's missing from the staff report. And I'm getting really frustrated with not being able to complete a discussion because something is missing in the staff report when we specifically called it out. So I just hope it's just a little frustrating for me right now, because I know what I want to do in regards to that, and I want to add it to the motion, but
And I would agree. I think maybe if the staff report were to include not only what the Parks and Rec Commission brought up and the ad hoc brought up as their suggestions, but maybe the history of the discussion, then we would have been able to have a more robust discussion about that since it had been discussed in the past. If that works that way.
I think that probably would have given you more flexibility.
Okay.
And to her point, though, I specifically called and asked if we could have a council person on the Park and Rec, because my concern was Park and Rec was not going to listen to our meeting and know what our sentiment was, and that's exactly what happened. So next time we have an ad hoc committee, we should have a council person there, because this is the kind of thing that happens.
And with regard to that, that was a Park and Rec ad hoc committee. It was not an ad hoc committee set by the council. So it'd be up to the Park and Rec Commission to determine who they wanted on the ad hoc committee. So if the council wanted to form an ad hoc committee, then you could appoint who you wanted to it. But in that instance, it wasn't a council body forming the committee. It was the actual Park and Rec Commission.
So in the future, can we have an agenda item to add someone to their committee?
I think it would be more appropriate for you to form your own committee consisting of a council member and representatives from the Parks and Rec Commission.
Okay.
I did have one other question, and this is something I brought up at a past meeting as well, to consider the idea of periodic shutoff. And I don't know, Bruce, if it's something you've ever looked into, because I know we did talk about it, but where it could be, for example, on from 11 to 2, off for 2 hours, on again, that kind of thing. And had you had the chance to look into that?
I think we have the ability to do that, to have it on for a few hours, turn it off and put it back on. This was the recommendation from the Park and Rec Commission on these limited hours. We could, part of what the Park and Rec Commission wanted to do was to bring this back at their regular meetings throughout the summer to talk about the effectiveness of these mitigation measures and these strategies. So we can bring back to the Park and Rec Commission, well, we can take any direction from the council this evening, but we can also bring that back and tweak the hour. We can go to 11 to 4 now, and if we continue to have issues, turn it off on the weekends. That really is the, like the resident said, that would be the ultimate thing to really solve this issue. But by doing that, we are limiting the, this water feature for the residents of Brentwood by having it off on the weekends. But that would be the ultimate solution to really solve the issue, would be to have it off on the weekends. We're trying to balance as best we can the
and that's why
ability to
that's
have
why
this water feature, but and have it available for residents who follow the rules, and balance it with a certain level of enforcement and working with our police department. But these are challenging issues. And I will say that I do recall this conversation about this vendor. I have it on my list to be able to update the jump house permit process. So I was planning on doing that based on what I heard from the council. It just wasn't part of this. It was an independent thing. So I apologize that was not included here, but I do recall conversations about that from the council when this was brought up last fall. So I take some responsibility for that not happening yet and not being part of this. So we will definitely follow up on that.
Thank you, Bruce. I think for me, I would like to see that, I mean, what we're seeing is the results of the ad hoc and what the Parks and Rec Commission recommended. But I think if we're going to present something that we've already discussed in the past, the staff report should also include what that discussion represented. And I think that if we follow that policy moving forward, we're going to have less of these issues, because we all know that it came up somewhere. If we could have the history of the discussions represented as well as what the recommendation is, I think it just would help. But I really would like to consider the idea of periodic off and on, because I think if you have a large party that's going to come, they're not going to stick around if they think, you know what I mean? I think that could potentially mitigate some of the problems too. I just think it's something to consider. And thank you for the information.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes, just a couple of things. One is I also agree with Councilmember Rarey in regards to changing the times making a difference. I don't see it making a difference either. I also I think that it's good. I mean, I think it would be good for us to take the recommendation of our Parks and Rec Commission, who we put there to look these things over and make these type of decisions to at least move forward what they've recommended now. And obviously at some point go back and see, are these things working? Are we seeing less conflicts or issues going on at that park, and talking to residents? So I think for now, for me at least, is to move forward with the recommendation from our Parks and Recs Commission. I also, and not even going to go through the vendor thing, I think that David has directed us not to already on that. And I'd just like to ask Bruce really quick, when you talk about fencing, are you talking about the same type of fencing that's currently there, which I know that's not completely around the park? I know that there's some type of fencing in areas of the entrance, but also where, the kids play at the small parks, but it's not completed. Are we looking at that similar type of fencing, or are we looking at something different?
Yes, we're looking at that same similar type of fencing. So it's that split rail fence that we have at several of our parks. And this fencing was just put on the short sides and not the long perimeter of both sides where a lot of the parking occurs. So the suggestion from the residents was, if you continue that split rail fence, that will inhibit, patrons from picking up their barbecues and really making it so easy for them to move in. And then they're going straight to the water feature, and they're not walking by the park municipal code sign that posts the rules. So by putting that, you're basically having people walk past the municipal code sign that posts the rules. We would have to look into this further, really look at the cost. We do have a lot of our irrigation lines and utilities that are in those areas. And so it could get expensive to retro put those fences in. And I also would like to look at the operational issues and implications, work with our police department to make sure, for example, there's no, I would like to know their point of view with fencing as well. But we would like to review that and bring that back to the commission. They have asked for some more information if that is a feasible solution to add and what that cost would be. If there's cost, that's a fiscal impact, would have to come back to the city council for approval as well.
Yeah, I think that's great. I think that it's a great idea from the residents. Obviously, we need to see, safety issues and, what the cost would be. But I think it's something to continue to move forward to, explore possibly completing those fences, just to make it a little bit more difficult for people just to walk onto the park, kind of a thing. So yeah, okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Councilmember Rarey?
Yeah, the interesting thing Councilmember Meyer had brought up regarding being able to shut them off, which I think we discussed the last time, as well as having intermittent hours. But I had also asked about the large button that's at the bathroom to shut off that turns it off. So it's not a continuous water like it currently is, because that button was gone. So they have replaced the button, and I asked them what the interval was. So every 10 minutes, they have to go over there and push the button to get it started again. And while it's a pain to do that, I think, that might help some too. And while the other thing I wanted to ask is if we were interested in including any of the items, like I had mentioned, the matrix, the park matrix, listing all the parks, and have a column for bounce houses with the big red X or line through it, or even an X, and that, well, maybe a line through it, because the X may say, yeah, you can have a bounce house here, see? Having the speed bumps done, working, instead of doing the education through social media posts about just Dolphin Park, instead doing it regarding parks in general and what's allowed, so that we aren't focusing on Dolphin Park. And based on the lack of some of these things making it in, I'm trying to be very specific so that we make sure in our motion that we include each and every one of these items so there's no problems. And also that, I don't know how many months you might consider, maybe 2 months, maybe a month of looking at if this is working before we turn around and say, hey, we got to bring this back and rediscuss our options here and possibly close down the parks on the weekends. I think that covers it. Let me just quickly go over it. The police presence is there. Oh, and that we should ban any vendor. Oh, wait, we can't include that, according to Damien. Yeah, I think that's it.
So can you clarify what you were talking about with the hours?
With the what?
The hours.
The hours would be the 11 to 4, and through, and that's what I'm asking. You know, are we going to set a month to see if it's working? Are we setting 2 months to see if it's working? If it's working and there's no problems, there's no reason to bring it back. But or do we? What time frame are we asking them to come back to us to possibly consider closing the park on the weekends?
Or maybe we can get a police report, like, and they can tell us what's going on. And if it rises, like if after 2 weekends it's bad, then we can just add an emergency item to our agenda and take care of it fast, so that they're not having, because we always have to, like, you know, something happens, you bring it onto the agenda, you have to wait a couple months. By then it's end of summer. So I've never done this, but is there a possibility, like if we get reporting from our police department that says we've got this many calls, can we add an emergency item to an agenda just to change, like, you know, hours or something?
Or just set it out for a month and say, can you bring us all this information in a month so we can discuss if we need to proceed on more steps of possibly closing the park on, yes.
I'll just suggest that in your motion, since we do have it agendized to talk about hours, that if there are continued problems of the nature that you've been discussing tonight, give staff the authority to turn it off on the weekends if it becomes out of control. And then we wouldn't have to schedule an emergency meeting. And that's an operational issue that we can try to take care of business if things get out of hand. And we've got the residents, we've got contact with us as well, and they can let us know and we'll reassess that accordingly.
Good. Okay. And then I don't know if you're done.
No, I mean, if I could get feedback on whether or not we want to include that in in the motion.
I do like the next time they update the matrix that we do that. Yeah, I don't think our social media should talk about this park at all. Like, I almost wish it could go dark somehow, but I mean, I know it can't. I'm still stuck on the hours. I kind of like Councilmember Myers. I mean, I would prefer to do it in the evening, right? And I know someone's going to hold a table, but they'll hold a table and then maybe they'll start drinking at 4 and leave by like 7, right? Because it closes at 7 versus getting there at 11, then being, you know, inebriated by, you know, 2 to 3 hours and then not leaving the park because you're partying it up, right? So I want it in the afternoon, but maybe we can do something like, Councilmember Meyer said, and maybe alter, like have it on for 2 hours, off for 2 hours. Because the other thing is, if you're a local, you're probably going there in like later on in the day with your kids when it's not as hot. So I get, like, I feel bad for the locals. I feel bad for the people that want to use it. So maybe if we have it on for 2 hours, off for 2 hours, and then back on for a couple hours, people hopefully cleared from their parties, and then the residents can use it with their kids that live around there. I don't know.
Oh, maybe 11 to 2, maybe 11 to 2 and 5 to 7.
I would be okay with that. And that would give people that are having they had 2 hours, your kids had a great time at the water for 2 hours. I mean, we have a little kid, that's a lot of time. And then they clear out in a couple of hours and then residents can come in and use it without the impact of big parties, hopefully.
So before you maybe make a motion on that, if I could just ask Bruce or Aaron, is the technology in place? Does it accommodate automating that? Or is that a 3-hour call out for staff to come in middle of the day to turn off and then turn it back on? I want to avoid significant cost issues if that's what's going to happen. Do we know the answer to that, Bruce or Aaron?
I think we can program that, but Aaron, can you confirm that we can do that?
Yes, good evening, and thank you. Yes, absolutely, the technology is there. I would add the hour change was kind of based on the residents wanting to have their own personal barbecues around the 5, 6, 7 o'clock time range, and that was a parking issue. So the idea was to get the cars out of there at the 4 o'clock time frame so that the residents could have their own people, friends over. Just bringing that up. And then also
yeah, that's what. Yeah.
Just to clarify, the police beat, those couple of items that came off of the Park and Rec, the first ad hoc committee, Park and Recreation has no purview over the police department. So that's why those items were stricken from the Park and Rec recommendation. But the agreement, obviously with Captain Silva on the line, was, yeah, PD is going to be fully involved and they'll carry out those sections that the Park and Rec Commission didn't have authority to approve. Thank you.
I do have a couple questions, and I agree with a lot of the things that my fellow council members are talking about. My main question is regarding the speed bumps. I know that over the years, we've had lots of residents for different reasons want to implement those. One of the unintended side effects in one of the communities was that the houses that are right next to those speed bumps experience a tremendous increase in noise and diminishing quality of life. I'm all for speed bumps that work, but I know that there's also some regulations. Is there anyone that can tell us what those are so that our community understands if we can't do something, why not?
I can give just a brief answer on that. There is a very detailed procedure that we have in place, and our traffic engineer sends out an application. Neighborhoods have to sign off on it, make sure there's a consensus or agreement amongst so many number of residents, et cetera. We can certainly initiate that process with the neighborhood. And so I can task Public Works to take care of that right away.
Thank you. Councilmember Rarey, your hand up.
No, I just, I hadn't put my hand down.
One quick question. People bring in speakers. That was also a problem. I don't know if you guys remember that. People bring in big speakers. What are we going to do about the speakers? Is there like anything we can do in an ordinance around speakers? Tim or anyone?
We do have an ordinance on sound. So that is another one of those things that can be enforced by law enforcement.
Okay.
It's challenging. It can be a bit subjective, and I don't want to speak for Captain Silva, but that's why we chose the items that we did, because it was much more clear if people are drinking alcohol or if they bring in a barbecue or if there's a bounce house. These are very clear violations that, you know, we don't want our police department to get into back and forth on the amount of sound and it's a little bit more challenging to enforce that. So that's why we didn't add that particular one as a top 3 to really focus on.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, Karen, sorry, Councilman Rarey, if you want to make your motion, I mean, I would prefer the gap in the time and see if that works, and we can make adjustments if we go. Anything to break it up, I think would help.
But if neighbors had asked for the evening hours, aren't we going against what they asked for?
No, we're going to give them 5 to 7.
Because if you're having your house, they typically get there before 5 o'clock, so maybe the parking is not going to be an issue because the neighbors will already have their guests on site. Is that what we're thinking? Because I like the 5 to 7 because you also might want to invite your guests over to use the water.
Yeah.
I think we can try it, and if it doesn't work, then, I mean, it seems like this is fluid. You want to make your motion?
And the speed bumps actually came from the neighborhood meeting. So that was where the speed bump discussion was the neighbors saying that they would like speed bumps.
I completely agree. If they want the speed bumps, I think we ought to do everything in our power to accommodate their need. It's their quality of life. We have had conversations with neighbors and that have children that are in that neighborhood, but not immediately around the park, that will be impacted by the loss of access to the water. Again, like's been said by every one of our council members and staff, this is not an easy solution, but we've got to be able to do something that works for the quality of life of our residents. If this was my neighborhood and I lived there, some of the things, the absolutely horrendous things that have happened to our neighbors, these are our neighbors. We all live in Brentwood. If I lived there and things that had happened to my wife or my family that has happened to them, frankly, they have behaved in a much more reserved manner than maybe some of us would have, because it has been absolutely horrendous, some of the things that we've heard. So I think we really need to do something about this. I know all of us have said we want to. So let's do something to accomplish the end result of making their life better here in Brentwood. I mean, that's what we say it is. Let's make it that way.
I agree, but one last question I have. This is my last question on this. When it comes to the fence and the speed bump, how do we manage that expense? Does it come back in a budget ask, or do you do it ad hoc? Because I know like the bathrooms had to be a budget ask, like canopies have to be a budget ask. How does the budget work with items like this?
If there's existing budget for this ongoing program of assessing the viability of speed bumps, then we'll tap into it. If there isn't, we'll come back to the council or work it through the budget process. And then just as you make your motion tonight, since we seem to have these issues about opinions being made at council meetings, and if it's not in the motion, doesn't show up in the minutes, it's not council direction. So we want to make sure everything is crystal clear in the motion, all the various things we've mentioned tonight, so that we have really clear direction.
So that brings up another thing. I opened up the minutes for that meeting, and the summary, both the minutes and the summary were identical. And they're done in a grid pattern, which basically just grabs the purpose that's listed at the top of the staff report and placed in there. And that's the summary and the minutes with our voting record. That's all that we get. So we don't even know what the actual, because it does say discuss the strategies, but it doesn't tell us what the motion actually was.
We could look at that then if that's not clear in the
yeah
record.
that's different from what we used to have. We used to be able, I mean, it actually discussion was listed, public comments were listed. I don't even think I saw a place for public comments in the minutes and summary on that.
Yeah, the law allows us to use action minutes now, but maybe we need to beef those up just a little bit so it's clear when motions are made and what direction's given, so we don't lose track of these things going forward.
Yeah, public comments aren't even part of this.
And then, as mentioned already, Bruce is already working on updating those policies related to the vendors and making sure they're following the rules. So that is already underway. So we don't need a future agenda item per se. We're working on that already. But anything else, please include in your motion tonight.
All right, I'm making sure I have it all.
Councilmember Rarey?
Yes.
Before you make your motion, if you're going to ask staff to look into speed bumps, if you can make it in that fashion versus directing speed bumps to put in, because as the city manager said, I believe there are some specific processes and procedures that have to be followed. And if it doesn't meet certain requirements, staff can't put them in. And so if it just could be something to the effect of have staff look into the placement of speed bumps or the viability of speed bumps, something like that.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
And are you going to put the fence in, or is the fence going to be like a financial?
The fence is already on the strategy list for the park and rec.
Are you going to keep it?
We're going to
or are
need
you
to
going to-
assess that fully and come back with some cost estimates and see if we have either budget or need to work it into the budget before we're able to move forward with
Okay.
that.
Thank you.
Normally, developers pay for all that, right, when they're building parks. So that's not normally a city expense that we'd have to incur post its development. So we'll have to assess that and come back to you with that. But you can give direction to look at that, and that would be even clearer for us to come back and spend time on it.
Okay. Let me grab the original. We are on E1, right? Okay. So as detailed in the staff report, plus the addition of creating general education social media posts on bounce houses, large outdoor play structures, grills, barbecues, canopy tents, and alcohol use at parks, along with the process to get a permit for those different items, to be posted both on the Park and Rec page and the police department's pages. Plus, change the hours to 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. and then 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. for the water structure, or for the water, for the Dolphin water. Create a park matrix with a column for bounce houses, and have staff for bounce houses with a putting a large red X circle with an X through it on all the parks that cannot have bounce houses, and a large capital P for permits needed in the ones that do accept it. Have staff look into the placement of speed bumps around the park. And is there one more thing?
And fencing assessment?
The fencing assessment was already part of the Park and Rec strategies.
Everything in the staff report but the hours that you've changed and then additional ones.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think that is it.
If I can, just before a second is made, if I can ask some clarifying questions, Councilmember Rarey?
Sure.
With regard to the hours of operation that you had suggested, you're just talking about those for being Saturday and Sundays.
Saturday and Sunday only.
Not Monday through Friday.
Correct.
And then in addition, if you look at the staff report, there are 5 recommendations that the Parks and Recreation Commission made. It sounds to me that you'd also like to add additional recommendations from the subcommittee as well, and the residents, because in your staff report there are 3 lists of different recommendations. There's the January 29th ad hoc committee list, there's the resident list, and then there's the February 24th list.
Well, there was only 2 things in the ad hoc meet that weren't on there, and one was the police presence.
All right.
And the other one was the education of Dolphin Park. And so I wanted, and that was not part of the Park and Rec strategy list. That was why I added it as adding education of parks in general.
That makes sense now. Thank you. I just want to I didn't want anything to be lost in your motion. It doesn't sound like that's the case.
And that if the park continues to be problematic, that staff can close it on the weekends.
Do we have a time frame for that? After a period of time? Like, do we give it weeks or?
Yeah, I'd say give it a few weeks to let us work through any kinks of enforcement and the new signage, and continue to educate through social media and the website, et cetera. But if we still seem to have some real issues, then give us the authority and we'll shut it down for a couple hours or for the whole day and put up a notice to say, hey, we've had these kind of problems. Another an opportunity to educate on what the rules are. Please comply with these rules, and maybe we can turn it back on a week or two later, kind of thing. So that kind of authority is what I was recommending.
Okay, I'll second that. If Karen is, yeah, I'll second that.
We have a first and a second. A roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rarey?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay, as per direction of council, we will now move to item E5. Item E5 is consideration of possible changes to our local oil and gas regulations, and Councilmember Mendoza will present her request on this item. Councilmember Mendoza.
This goes back to Councilmember Claudette Staton actually bringing it forward and wanting to ban oil and gas drilling in Brentwood, and I think this was November of 2020 or 2019. So it goes back to then, and we are seeing our neighborhood cities. Antioch now has an oil and gas drilling. Alameda County has it. LA is doing it. We're seeing it all across the state because of the impact on the health of the residents. And here in Brentwood, we know we have a potential site 1,000 feet from people's homes. So I would like to actually I want to ban it completely, but I understand that we might need to do some work. So a moratorium while we research a ban would also be something I would consider, but I don't think we should be allowing it within the city limits of Brentwood. I think we should protect I think everything tonight has been about protecting our residents, and their health and safety is also another aspect of their life that we need to protect. I especially was moved hearing all of the doctors so I went to listen to what the speakers had to say, and a big group of doctors showed up and spoke about the health impacts. I'm not a doctor, so I'm not going to speak to it, but we also received a lot of public comment emails from doctors and physicians today about the same thing. So that's where I am with it. I did send a copy of the Antioch ban to our staff. Maybe we can leverage that, but I'd like it banned. I know we might have to do a moratorium, but that's what I wanted to discuss.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Councilmember Mendoza to clarify her request? Okay, seeing none, then we will open public comments. I'll turn it to you, Margaret.
Just share my speaker screen. I received 8 written public comments on this item. A summary is shown on the screen. Full copies of these comments will be made available on the City Council Agenda's webpage. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And I have 6 hands raised. I will start with Ian Cohen, followed by Rod. Ian, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. I just want to say thank you real quick to Councilmember Mendoza for moving this item up and for this very important matter. Dear Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council, when I think of Brentwood, I think of a utopia. I think about our beautiful parks, our trails, our landscape, and much more. The one thing that frightens my vision of our one-of-a-kind city is an oil and gas rig popping up, which is why I speak in front of you tonight. I request the City Council seek out a full-out ban on any oil or gas drilling operation within our city limits. Our neighbor to the west, Antioch, did it earlier, and I was one of the lead organizers in that movement. I moved here from Albuquerque, New Mexico 3 years ago. While living there throughout most of my life, I was under constant threat of very poor air quality due to many different industrial operations, including oil. In Brentwood, our threat is from outside city limits, from Central and West County. Why allow it to enter our city limits? According to a 2021 Stanford study and other research, including from the state, living within 2.5 miles of an oil well increases chances of low birth weight, cancer, even psychological harm like dementia. And chemicals released by these whales fall under H.O.P.E 65, which is that cancer warning label we see at hardware stores and other places. Tonight, you have the deciding power over our health, the health of all generations in this city, the power to change East County for the better. And as I comment and others comment on this item tonight, please consider the health impacts and explore a motion to explore a ban on oil and gas drilling. Thank you and have a great evening.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rod, followed by Carolina Villaseca. Rod, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Another big topic for 3 minutes. I think I'd like to start with to amplify something the prior commenter said. There's just no place in Brentwood, given everything that we've all talked about here for the last 3 to 5 years. It would make no sense to erect any kind of an oil well or drilling rig inside the city limits. I cannot think of a single site anywhere within these 15 square miles where it would make sense to do that. There is a movement in the county to stop drilling as well. We have been educating ourselves online and learning that there's a great deal of evidence, and a lot of it is newer evidence, that being near an oil well or a gas well is very bad for a person's health, and particularly children who we care the most about. We know that there's an oil well just right outside our city limits, or a gas well that's planned and has moved quite far through the state approval process, and we're under threat. We need the county to ban drilling, and we can't, as a city, go forward if we don't walk the walk ourselves. I think this is a no-brainer. Finally, in addition to the damage to the quality of life and the health risks, I just want to point out that fossil fuels are dying. The current situation we've seen a spike. It's already, and the war is still going on. We've already seen that spike tail off because production can be brought up so quick. You will hear some complaints in the community if we ban drilling that, oh, we need it because the gas prices are high. Well, I'm here to tell you there are 9,000 unfilled, unstarted oil permits ready to go in the United States of America. The oil companies can start drilling anytime they want. Nobody's stopping them. They don't see the ongoing demand for it. And they're right, there is not going to be ongoing demand. Most new electrical generation today, almost all of it is solar or wind with battery storage, or maybe a gas peaker plant. Even gas peaker plants are losing out to batteries because they're more expensive. So this is something we don't need in our community. This is a message that we need to send to our county. This is a message we need to send to our state. And it is a business that is starting to die, will die. It won't benefit our community for the life of that well. And if that business dies before that well stops pumping, who's going to cap it? All of these reasons are good reasons to ban drilling in Brentwood. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carolina Villaseca. Carolina, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening again, City Council. I just wanted to, first of all, applaud Ian Cohen, who is in high school, for taking up the reins for the future of our city and our county. The rally that took place was amazing and dotted all the I's, crossed all the T's. And I'm just really proud of the fact that this very amazing young man is taking a lead on this very important issue. As we know, the people who drill for oil and transport oil and gas through the pipelines have been very, very, very bad applicants for permits. They get fined hundreds of times for one pipeline, and they make no modifications whatsoever. they just pay the fine and shrug their shoulders and say, I don't care. And that's why they have hundreds and hundreds of dollars, hundreds and hundreds of fines. Second, we also know that people have done extensive studies on what illnesses people have who live in close proximity to wells and pipelines. So no need to go over that again. We need to send a strong message that we are not aligned with oil and gas companies who want to drill and transmit through our city and be bad applicants, making our residents sick. So I think this is very important that we send a very strong message that we are moving forward. We're looking forward to what energy is going to look like in the city of Brentwood. I also did not mention Lexi's name, and I apologize for that. Lexi was also an amazing person who helped Ian put together the march. I'm sorry, it's late. The rally, there we go. There's the word I'm looking for. Anyways, I hope you're all in agreement that this is the opportunity not to let our young people down, but to stand in solidarity with them for the future that they see for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Alexi Lindemann. Go ahead.
Hello. Yeah, as you said, my name is Alexi, and I'm currently a senior attending Heritage High School with Ian. I strongly encourage all of you to protect our health, safety, and future by banning oil and gas drilling in Brentwood. Just a little history. In July 2019, Contra Costa County permitted an oil and gas drilling site that we know on Deer Valley Road, a half-mile away from Kaiser Antioch and Dozier Levy Medical High School. In May 2020, Contra Costa County gave a negative declaration to another newly proposed oil and gas drilling site, which is only 1,000 feet away from Brentwood homes and about 3/4 of a mile from Loma Vista Elementary School. Needless to say, my peers and I are pretty upset. There are 15 public schools and over 18,000 homes within 2.5 miles of the current and proposed oil and gas drilling site. According to a 2021 Stanford study, people living within 2.5 miles face severe health consequences like increased rates of heart disease, asthma, and preterm births. East Contra Costa, being downwind from 4 refineries, is already impacted by big oil as our asthma rates are in the 80th percentile. Climate change is also already impacting us. This past fall, California wildfires raged and en masse served a double purpose. The choking smoke regularly canceled sport practices and games. At some point, the canceling air quality level was up from 100 to 150. I specifically remember thinking, why is our health being sacrificed to maintain normalcy in this climate crisis when walking to cross-country practice as the hazy sky dusted the cars? I remember the 13 years of my life when the sky stayed smoke-free year-round. I do not want this extreme fire season to become normal, but deep down I have a feeling kids will grow up without ever experiencing a year without one. So yes, we are pretty upset to hear about the resurgence of oil and gas drilling when we should be moving away from finite fossil fuels to escape climate change's insidious hand. It's like a slap to the face and a slap to the fate of our future. But we refuse to stand idly by watching these drilling sites pollute our community, undermine our health, and further accelerate our world into a climate crisis. We have gathered nearly 3,200 petition signatures asking Contra Costa County to ban oil and gas drilling. 2 Saturdays ago, on March 12th, we led over 200 people to march along Lone Tree Way to raise awareness and protest oil and gas drilling. Currently, Brentwood's oil and gas drilling setback is only 100 feet from residences. 100 feet. That's the size of a crosswalk in a 4-way intersection. 100 feet is unacceptable. Please listen to your community and ban oil and gas drilling to protect our health and future. Please do not be like Contra Costa County and ignore us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Lisa Chang, followed by Allison Chu. Lisa, go ahead. Lisa, can you unmute?
Oh, thank you. I'm Dr. Lisa Chang. I'm a physician with the health professional group Climate Health Now and with the Medical Society Consortium on Climate and Health. I'm speaking today in strong support of an ordinance to ban oil and gas drilling in Brentwood. Hazardous, health-damaging pollutants are released during the drilling of a well. A recent study showed air pollutants, including fine particulate matter, known as PM 2.5, are increased within 13,000 feet of pre-production wells and within 6,500 feet of producing wells. Those pollutants are associated with asthma and other respiratory problems, and babies and children are particularly vulnerable because their lungs are still developing. They spend more time outdoors and they breathe at a fast rate compared to adults. PM 2.5 are also linked to an increased incidence of heart disease, cancer, neurodegenerative diseases like Parkinson's, and increased rates of dementia among the elderly. Drilling affects our children's health even before they are born. The CalGEM Public Health Rulemaking Scientific Advisory Panel has concluded that exposure to oil and gas drilling causes a significant risk of poor birth outcomes, which increase the risk of death and long-term developmental problems in newborn babies, as well as illness throughout childhood and adulthood. The CalGEM Public Health Rulemaking Scientific Advisory Panel was convened by the state of California to evaluate the safety of oil and gas drilling. They say that the most effective way to protect public health from oil and gas operations is to stop drilling and developing new wells and to phase out existing oil and gas development activities. I ask you to follow the example of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors, who in 2021 voted unanimously to end permitting of oil and gas drilling. They also passed provisions to help fossil fuel workers whose jobs could be impacted. I also ask you to follow the lead of the city of Antioch, which on January 25th, 2022, voted to ban oil and gas drilling. I ask you, as a physician, mother, and community member, to protect the children and families of Brentwood from the toxic health harms of oil and gas development by passing an ordinance to ban oil and gas drilling in Brentwood. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Allison Chu, followed by Charles Davidson. Allison, go ahead.
Good evening. I would like to begin quickly by saying thank you to Councilwoman Mendoza for speeding this discussion forward. We appreciate it very much. My name is Allison Cho, and I'm currently a high schooler with Ian and Alexi. I am speaking today because not only do I want my voice heard, I want to represent those who cannot be here today to give their opinions too. I'll say it once and I'll say it again. We do not want oil and gas drilling in Brentwood, where children go to school every single day, where people go to home every single day, and where the elderly reside every single day. The current Brentwood oil and gas drilling setback is only 100 feet, which is absolutely not enough. There's been numerous studies that have quite literally proven that living more than 100 feet away from oil and gas drilling sites causes severe adverse health side effects for many, which poses the big question, why? Why allow this? And as a Brentwood resident, as a Brentwood student, and just as a person concerned about our environment, I can safely say we do not ever want to allow oil or gas drilling here. It will only create problems we don't want. We should be moving away from dangerous, unsustainable sources of energy like oil and gas and moving towards more sustainable and safer alternatives. For those who live in Brentwood, there are no benefits for oil and gas drilling, none. And for this reason, I urge the limitation, if not the banning, of oil and gas drilling in Brentwood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Charles Davidson. Charles, go ahead.
Good evening. My name's Charles Davidson. I live in Hercules near the Phillips 66 refinery and have friends who live in Brentwood. And I support a ban on oil and gas drilling in Brentwood before the council tonight. And also sincerely apologize for being dramatic, but a specter is haunting Brentwood, which is a specter of oil and gas wells near people's homes and schools. And yet Antioch and Brentwood are the fastest growing areas in Contra Costa County, but there is not the amount of oil in Brentwood or Antioch to add one drop into the budget of California's oil needs. Drilling in Brentwood will not lower gas prices, nor will it save Ukrainians. Moreover, the property values of homes will be dwarfed by whatever one man makes from his oil and gas drilling projects. Additionally, there is inevitable emissions from the extremely gassy oil wells near Brentwood that is harmful to the public health. And finally, there should be no oil and gas drilling in Brentwood, in Antioch, nor in Contra Costa County. And thank you very, very much for letting me speak.
Thank you. I show no additional hands raised.
Yeah, at this time, then we will.
I'm sorry, I do show one more hand. Kyle? Kyle, go ahead.
Hello, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, yes. I just want to say the people before me said most of the things that I wanted to say, but I just wanted to kind of reiterate the fact that I think the citizens have made it very clear what their concerns are, and I think their reasonings are very eye-opening, definitely something to consider. So I just want to thank you for giving us this opportunity to speak, and also encourage you to really consider what everyone has been saying. It's clear they're concerned. We're concerned about our health and safety of Brentwood, and so we want to make sure that citizens can stay healthy for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. I have another speaker hand up, Nigel Jessen. Nigel, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Mendoza, for bringing this forward. Mayor, Vice Mayor, thank you for allowing this subject to be on the agenda too. I just wanted to mention that currently there is a new well that's going to be proposed to add produced water from the current well, and that's going to be pumped back into the ground and enters the water table that currently Brentwood uses well water, I understand. So I just want to make sure you understand the ramifications of what's currently happening and how it will affect us. Obviously, I've already written an email to you about how I feel about this, and I'm very passionate about it, as you probably can hear in my voice, but I find it very hard to talk about it. But please do the right thing. Thank you.
I show no additional hands raised.
Thank you. Then at this time, we will close public comment and move into council discussion. Councilmember Rarey.
I just want to note that on July 25th, 2020, Council Member Staten did request as a future agenda item for a moratorium on oil and gas drilling within the city of Brentwood. On August 25th, 2020, by a unanimous vote of the council, we directed staff to spend time and resources to provide additional information related to an ordinance that would create a moratorium on oil and gas drilling in Brentwood. I don't recall that one ever came back to us. So Councilmember Mendoza was accurate. This thing was supposed to be already in front of us. So we're, a year and a half behind the ball on this. The other thing is that when the Power Drive Oil and Gas was looking at putting rigs right behind the Brentwood Hills development, the city did send a letter of concerns to their DER. And so, I think that if they had concerns for one that was 800 feet from our homes, then they would have the same concerns with anything within our city limits at 800 feet. But in addition to that, where is it? I'm sorry, I had some notes on. So the California Council on Science and Technology studied fracking health risks mandated by SB4, California's 2013 fracking law, found that the most significant exposures of toxic air contaminants occur within a half mile of well operations, and recommended consideration of setbacks past that point. In addition, the PSE Health Energy Study referenced findings of health risks even for people living a mile or more away from drilling operations, and even more frequently within a half a mile. The other thing is, and our last speaker made the comment about the groundwater, I believe it was the last speaker, regarding the groundwater, that there will be groundwater quality impacts here. And we do use wells as a source of our water. So I have some serious concerns regarding drilling and our water quality. Being that, even looking at a half mile, I don't think that any parcel in our city doesn't have a residential development within a half a mile of it. So I don't think it'd be problematic to put that in there, but I think just strictly putting a moratorium on it is probably the way that we should move forward on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. I attended the rally that Lexi and Ian and were so incredibly prepared for and did such a wonderful job on. And I entered it having nowhere near enough education about this as either of them or their fellow students had. So learned a lot that day, learned more tonight. This was a publicly agendized item. There were every opportunity here for people to speak up in opposition to the idea of banning or moratorium. And if you look at the amount of responses, the comments that we've had tonight, that's a larger number than we typically have been getting. This is obviously something that's very, very important to our residents. I came into tonight thinking that I was leaning more towards a moratorium, but given the feedback that we're getting and the fact that it's not from residents who are passionate about it without having done their homework. It's not from people who are not professional and understand the health impacts of it. It's from people that are very clearly very, not only just passionate, but have done the homework, that have done the research, that have the professional background to be able to make these statements about health impacts and tell us what the reality is. So I would support a ban. So thanks.
Thank you. Yes, Councilmember Mendoza.
Yeah, one quick thing about the existing oil and gas drills, and Mr. Nigel Jensen, I think is his last name, mentioned it. When those originally were put into place, they were going to truck the dirty water. So this water that comes up actually can even be radioactive. And it comes up and they put it in a truck and then it would move away. Come to find out that if you have a dormant well, you can use that well again because it still has a permit. Even though it's dormant, it's according to CalGEM, it's a permit. So what Councilmember Rarey said is actually very concerning because they are now, in order to save expenses and having to truck it, they are putting all of this dirty water back into our ground. And we can expect that same thing to happen if they do more wells, which will impact all of our drinking water, I have no doubt. The one that people talk about that is going to be 1,000 feet, it's 1,000 feet from Brentwood residents. And it is, I mean, if you come up here to Brentwood Hills, up onto that court, you will see the little signs that say caution, like the little man with his finger pointing out, because it is kids playing day and night. Summertime, they are out there. And I cannot imagine them being out and looking up at the hill and seeing oil and gas drills that we know, because science shows it, will impact their health. We need to get this done. It's an order of operations for me on how to get it done. I would love to go straight to a ban. I understand that there's legal, I want it to be ironclad and tight. And we do that someday if we get there, but I would like to start with a moratorium, and I'm glad you popped up, Damien. If I were to request a moratorium, what time limit can I put a moratorium? Because my shift will be to someday to work on getting it permanent, but how fast can I get a moratorium in?
If I can just clarify the issue of moratoriums and bans, moratoriums are temporary in nature. Stopping something on a temporary basis while you try and, either study something or put something else into effect. And one way you could approach this, Councilmember Mendoza, if the council agrees and supports a motion on something like this, one way to do it is that you move that staff come back with an ordinance enacting a moratorium on the drilling of oil and gas in the city while a permanent ban is prepared. And so that lets people know that temporarily you're going to say, we're going to stop this in Brentwood. Not that anything's occurring right now, but it can't occur while staff is working on a permanent ban. And then the other issue that you and I had discussed briefly was if there may be some interest to also authorize staff to look into whether or not there's a benefit to updating our current ordinance in case the ban is challenged and is successfully challenged. You would then have something in place that is much stronger than what we currently have now, and would likely have provisions in there that you'd be much more pleased with. For instance, someone had brought up the 100 feet distance. For instance, you could have a larger distance. So not saying that anything the council does would not survive a challenge. We would draft it in such a way to do our best to prevent that from happening, but we all know how the courts are, and you never know what's going to happen. So if something does go away, the city would at least have protections in place that would be stronger than what we have today. So as I said, just in summary, a motion that staff come back with an ordinance enacting a moratorium on the drilling of gas and oil in the city while a permanent ban is prepared, and then authorize staff to look into updating the city's current oil and gas drilling regulations to have rules in place in case any of the council's actions would be successfully challenged.
Could we mirror what the state is doing with the 3,200 feet, since they already have that's the road they're going down?
I would want to look into that. The state's rules have not been adopted as I understand it yet. They're still being analyzed and studied. I want to make sure whatever we adopt is not preempted by the state. And so I'd want to be careful with that. But if the state rules are in place, then it's a little less concerning because you have those rules that would encompass the city. So I think we probably could.
Okay, so we could mirror what they're already going down the line of doing anyway.
Exactly, and then should it get adopted, we then look at whether or not we need to amend ours because the state's already preempted us. But that's getting a little bit further down the road.
Yeah. Okay, so those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes, Damian. So in regards to the distance, do we have any control of outside the city limits, like for the county, if we implemented those things?
No, the county regulates their land, the city regulates our land.
So let's say the county could be as close as they want to the city?
I believe they could. I know the city, I know in the past the councils have sent letters, and I know the citizens are not happy about those sorts of things, but I don't think, we do not have as much control over the county land as we have over the city land, unfortunately.
So let's say the state implements the 3,200 feet. I mean, I'll be honest, I don't know if there's property in Brentwood that you would be able to do a well anywhere. I mean, what's left?
As I understand it, the 3,200 feet is within away from sensitive uses, and that would include residences, schools, churches, things of that sort. And I just don't know on the west side of town where some of those boundaries are related to the residents and how close that would be. But I think it'd be, certainly in Brentwood, if it was 3,200 feet, I don't know if there's many properties that would fall outside of that.
Okay. Well, I also agree, hearing all the council members and also the residents, I agree with what Councilmember Rarey and Mendoza have mentioned in regards to, I'm looking for the language right in front of me here. Moratorium approach to give staff to be able to come back with some information in regards to any legal or anything else that we need to look at. But I also agree with that direction. So, yeah, thank you.
Councilmember Rarey.
I also would agree to do as Damian had suggested there, get the moratorium in place, update our ordinance to the 3,200 feet if we can. Probably no less than a half a mile, because that's also the previous, I think it was AB 352 or something like that, that theirs actually was 2,500 feet. But if the governor is stating the 3,200, let's shoot for that to update our ordinance. But yeah, do the moratorium while we set up the ban and update our ordinance. I'm all for it.
Well, I would like to say that hearing the passion and the voices of our residents, in addition to council, a lot of the anecdotal comments I completely understand and respect, but I have a different perspective maybe, and that is having been raised on tribal lands and near tribal lands that had been decimated by oil drilling, having drunk out of wells that had been contaminated by water and runoffs and byproducts that had been reintroduced to our water table, and having experienced this, seen what it does to families, to neighborhoods, to communities. It just, on a personal level, this is something that I can't divorce my experience that I had growing up out just off of the reservation in Oklahoma from this. And the wording paints a very bleak picture. The reality is even more bleak. We cannot allow this to continue, the possibility of this to happen in our community. All of us have worked too hard to create a place we want our kids and our grandkids and future generations to be able to live safely. So I cannot agree strongly enough with this process. So do we have a motion for this?
I will make a motion. I'm going to get emotional about this one. As detailed in the staff report, I move we direct staff to come back with an action of a moratorium while staff works on an ordinance with a target of 3,200 feet from sensitive receptor areas. And in addition, simultaneously to work on a permanent ban of oil and gas drilling within city limits. Does that help? Thank
But just the one clarification, the moratorium relates to the banning of oil and gas in Brentwood as well.
Yes.
All right.
A moratorium banning oil and gas drilling.
And I believe the second concurred to that. I saw the nodding of the head.
Okay, we have a first and a second. A roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rarey?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
I want to thank all of our community callers that spoke in public comment. Thank you for staying up late and participating in this extremely important process. We greatly appreciate it. I greatly appreciate it. I'm sure the council does as well. We will now move back into item E2. It pertains to the city's affordable housing regulations. Community Development Senior Analyst Sylvia Elias will present on the item. Sylvia, turn it to you.
Mayor and Council, as Sylvia comes on to make her presentation, just wanted to provide an option for the Council in light of the late hour and a very complex agenda item. If you can give us at the very end at least some direction on if there's a percentage change you want to make to the affordable housing ordinance, so we can get working on that. There are several items also in this agenda report that we can certainly come back to if needed, if you need more time to assess it or if it gets too late. So just wanted to throw that out as an option. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll try to go ahead and go as quickly as I can since it is a pretty lengthy PowerPoint. So good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members, and directors. Tonight I'll be discussing the staff report providing the City Council with the requested information related to the Affordable Housing Inclusionary Obligation in lieu fees and HOA dues, and requesting direction with respect to potential changes to existing policies or ordinances related to the Affordable Housing Program. This presentation will review the city's affordable housing program and discuss options to potentially amend the Affordable Housing Ordinance. And I'm sorry, I need to share my screen. I practiced that today and there we are. Thank you. Before I discuss proposed changes to the ordinance, I'd like to provide information on the city's affordable housing program and information on upcoming RENA allocations for Brentwood. In 2020, the City Council approved Ordinance 1014, which increased the affordable housing obligation percentage, modified the in lieu fee formula, and included the moderate income requirement and rental requirement. Ordinance 1014 allows flexibility for developers to satisfy their affordable housing obligation. For example, developers may satisfy their obligation by a combination of building units and paying in lieu fees, or dedicating units into the city's rental program. The city's housing programs were developed to help families realize their dream of homeownership and offer affordable housing to income qualifying persons and families. The Housing Division administers the following programs: the Affordable Housing Purchase Program, the First Time Home Buyer Down Payment Assistance Program for affordable home buyers, or the GAP, Affordable Rental Program. Housing staff keeps a working relationship with the county housing agencies, housing staff in other cities, nonprofits, and state and federal housing agencies such as H.O.P.E and HUD. Housing staff also brings affordability requirements for new residential projects to the Land Use and Development Committee, affordable housing agreements and statistic reports to the City Council. Income qualifying families can purchase a home through the program at reduced sales price. The affordable program home is better known as a below market rate or BMR home. First qualifications are based on household size and annual income. Affordable buyers are subjected to the same purchasing processes as any other home buyer in regards to credit and other financial information. However, they must qualify for a primary loan through the city's preferred lender. Interested home buyers must fill out a waitlist application. As affordable units become available for purchase, they may be newly constructed units or resale units. Applicants are randomly selected from the waitlist. In September 2021, the waitlist opened and over 300 applications were received. After review of the applications, 150 applicants are on the very low, and moderate waitlist. Buyers will be required to attend first-time homebuyer classes and meet with staff to review the requirements of the program. If a buyer agrees to purchase the available affordable home, the buyer will sign an agreement with the city before close of escrow. This agreement between the city and the home buyer is for 45 years. The affordable program home will be deed restricted for 45 years, meaning the home will not be valued or sold at market rate during this time frame. The homeowner may sell the affordable program home with authorization from the city. The city will determine the sales price based on a calculation using the current median income for Contra Costa County. The new qualified buyer will enter into an agreement with the city at day one of 45 years. The Down Payment Assistance Program aids the affordable program first-time home buyer in purchasing a home in Brentwood by offering a loan to reduce the buyer's mortgage and/or pay closing costs. The buyers must attend a first-time home buyer class and meet with staff. Staff will inform the buyer of the city's program guidelines, and the first-time home buyer class teaches the buyer how to become a successful homeowner. The loan may be deferred for 30 years. The loan starts and stays at 3% simple interest. The loan may be paid in full at any time without penalty, and the city's down payment assistance loan may be layered with other down payment assistance loans such as Cal H.O.P.E down payment assistance or other credits and grants. Housing staff acts as underwriter throughout the loan process, reviewing and approving down payment assistance loan applications and working closely with the lender. Funds are allocated each fiscal year. Funds are a first come, first served basis. Remaining funds will be rolled over to the next year. According to the California Department of Housing and Community Development Agency, or HCD, an estimated 12 million renters pay more than 50% of their annual incomes for rental housing. Many families with full-time workers earning the minimum wage can't afford the local fair market rent for a 2-bedroom apartment anywhere in the United States. Under the city's affordable rental program, income qualifying families can rent a home at a reduced cost. Leases are month to month. The income requirement for the rental applicant are the same as for the purchase program, and applicants must go through a credit and background check. Applicants are required to apply through the city's contracted property manager. Qualifications are reviewed annually. Section 8 vouchers are not accepted. Housing staff also acts as a property manager. Housing staff reviews and approves rental applications, conducts move-out and move-in inspections, and conducts quarterly property inspections to ensure the rental properties are being well maintained. 22 rental units consist of 2 single-lot homes, 4 apartment units, which is a 4-plex, and 16 duet units, which are 2 homes per lot. The city's affordable housing program has provided 96 ownership units, 22 affordable rental units, and 54 down payment assistance loans totaling approximately $1.5 million. In lieu fees, fund the first-time home buyer down payment assistance program, which has helped 54 families achieve their dream of homeownership. As the down payment assistance loans are paid in full by the homeowner, the funds are recycled and reused for new loans. Approximately $196,000 has been paid back. The Regional Housing Need Allocation, or RHNA, is the state mandated process to identify the total number of housing units by affordability level that each jurisdiction must accommodate in its housing element. The California Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD, identifies the total housing need for the San Francisco Bay Area for an 8-year period and assigns this number to the Association of Bay Area Governments, or ABAG, who then develops a methodology to distribute this need to each local government. The upcoming RHNA, or 6th cycle, has basically doubled Brentwood's RHNA allocation. Any increase in the percentage of affordable units required by local ordinance triggers a host of legal considerations and processes that the City Council may wish to consider, such as constitutional matters, where the inclusionary housing percentage of an affordable units cannot be so high where it is considered confiscatory. State housing laws. Separate and apart from constitutional consideration, the city must also examine if the ordinance is a constraint on housing production as part of the city's housing element. HCD can demand that the city prepare an economic feasibility study addressing the impacts of cost, supply, and timing of housing. Assembly Bill 1505 allows HCD, among other things, to require that local governments submit an economic feasibility study if the overall inclusionary percentage is increased above 15%. Ordinances adopted or amended after September 15, 2017 trigger AB 1505 and require that an economic feasibility study be prepared or submitted to HCD if certain conditions exist. The proposed changes to the city's affordable housing ordinance can meet several of those conditions. The purpose of the study is to demonstrate that the ordinance does not constrain housing production and provides housing developers with a reasonable rate of return as required by the Constitution. The cost of the feasibility study starts at around $30,000. Should the city's affordable housing ordinance require projects to provide 15% or higher in affordable units, could qualify for an increase in density above what is permitted under local zoning. State density bonus law offers developers incentives, and projects can waive local development standards that would conflict with the development of the project as designed by requesting waivers. Council also directed staff to review the elimination of the affordable housing in lieu option. The city's affordable housing in lieu fees are paid by developers as an alternative to building affordable units that would otherwise be required under the ordinance. The current ordinance provides several options for developers to meet their affordable housing requirements, such as construction of affordable units on site, construction of affordable units off-site, dedication of vacant land, dedication of units into the city's affordable rental program, and the collection of in lieu fees. The in lieu fee option may be combined with other options such as building of affordable units and the payment of in lieu fees. The removal of in lieu fees may spur the building of more affordable housing on site, but would eliminate a funding source for the affordable housing programs. The in lieu fee option may be removed for ownership housing and modified for rental housing. This slide demonstrates the current in lieu fees and how funds are used. As stated in the previous slide, in lieu fees are funded by developers and are not funded by the city's taxpayers or the general fund. In lieu fees are used to fund housing programs and affordable housing projects. The market rate median sales price based in lieu fee is based on the 12-month median sales price for a 3-bedroom, 1,500 to 1,700 square foot market rate home in Brentwood, minus the affordable sales price, which equals the in lieu fee. There is approximately $4 million in the Affordable Housing in lieu fee fund. Currently, operating costs for the city's affordable housing program is $717,000 annually, which is expected to increase with the building of more affordable units. Homeowners Association fees and the Affordable Housing Program. The City Council requested that staff research the city's ability to waive or subsidize HOA fees for affordable housing units. HOA fees are considered when setting the affordable sales price of a newly constructed unit so that homeowners can afford to pay the HOA dues, as well as other costs associated with homeownership. However, the HOA fees may increase over time and become too costly for affordable homeowners. Some cities have set up a fund that affordable homeowners can access to assist in paying HOA fees should they exceed the homeowner's ability to pay, and may require developers to contribute to the fund or set up a fund with the HOA. The city could explore these options if the City Council is interested in doing so. The city does not have the authority to exempt any homes in a residential project from paying HOA dues. Currently, affordable homeowners are paying from $50 to $245 per month in HOA fees. This concludes the presentation. Staff would like to answer any questions, then ask the City Council for their recommendations and direction regarding the Affordable Housing Ordinance. Aaron from Goldfarb and Lippman is also in attendance to answer questions. The City Council may select to act on all or some of the items presented tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. I can see there's questions already. Councilmember Rarey.
One question I had, I know that it says that to qualify, you have to be a first-time home buyer. And while on the face of it, that sounds like it's a great idea, but what about maybe somebody who has lost their spouse or went through a divorce and has kids and no child support coming in, you know, and they may have owned a house previously, but now they can't even get one of these because they're not a first-time home buyer, or a senior citizen who may have owned property in the past, but is now living on Social Security, and they are no longer, they're not eligible either. So what can we do anything to make it so it's not just first-time home buyers? Or is that based on state law?
Being a first-time home buyer is by the state is considered anyone that has been displaced, meaning divorced and did not stay with the home and comes off title, or if you have not been on title or a homeowner for 3 years. So then you are considered a first-time home buyer again.
Okay, so that makes sense. The other, I did have some other questions, which while they're not regarding the in lieu fees. First off, the Rental Housing Trust Fund, can it be used at all for the administration of the housing? The affordable housing program.
That's something that I think if Christine is here, I'd like to go ahead and turn to her. I know that she sent me some information just recently in regards to the Rental Housing Trust Fund. I don't know if Christine is here. But if not, I can definitely go ahead and confirm that with Christine. But the earlier information that was received is that currently administrative costs are not being paid by the Rental Trust Fund.
But I mean, if, let's say we decide not to continue, we remove the in lieu fee option from, and moving forward on this ordinance, would we be able to recoup some of the fees, use some of the rental fee trust, the housing rental trust fund to subsidize the affordable housing program itself?
That I can go ahead and confirm with finance tomorrow, if that's
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And if finance is, well, the other question I had was regarding that trust fund. You know, the information I got was that $5.7 million was spent on repairing or doing landscaping for county housing. Why, do you know what exactly was done? Because I've been through that development, if it's the one on Walnut Boulevard, and I'm trying to figure out where $5.7 million was spent on landscaping there.
The amount that was actually spent on the county landscaping was $200,000. I think the 5.7 that was shown there was monies that was spent on everything altogether out of housing funds. That was okay. That was the $4 million that was given, provided to help build the Grove at Sunset. That was the Brentwood Senior Commons of $900,000, and that was also via Amador. And then the landscape was also put in that list, but the landscaping was $200,000.
Okay, that's not really the answer I got from them when I asked about it, because I did ask what, anyway, so maybe we can get a confirmation on all the funds that were spent of that $5.7 million, because it's, a lot of money. And I am looking at how we can get more affordable homes built in our town and less in lieu fees. I know in some instances in lieu fees may be something we'd look at, but then again, I would have liked to eliminate it before. In regards to the downtown payment assistance program, how many loans have been issued in each of the past 5 years? Do you know?
13.
13 total?
In the past 5 years.
Okay. And in the Affordable Housing Administration costs, it says supplies and services cost $120,000. What kind of supplies and services are needed in this?
That I'd have to go ahead and check with finance to see what they're allocating that number to.
And I apologize. I did send all these questions as a follow-up to Alexis after she sent me the last list of answers. So maybe she was able to get those answers for you.
Okay.
Some of them Sylvia has. I forwarded them to her right before the meeting, which is when I got your email, Councilmember Rarey. Good evening, by the way. So we did get those about 15 minutes before the meeting. So Sylvia has answers to some of those, but the 120,000 particularly we need from finance, because that's a formula our department doesn't control. They allocate that throughout the city in the budgets to the different line items. So I don't have that information about what exactly is included in that $120,000 right now.
Okay. All right. Well, I will put my hand down and let other people ask questions.
Councilmember Meyer.
I don't have quite as many. I just was looking for a little bit of clarification. The first thing, and by the way, Sylvia, thank you so much. This is so much information, and really appreciate your focus on trying to make it digestible. Thank you for that. In looking at the usage of in lieu fees, can you confirm, and I'm pretty sure I understand that the answer to this, but thought it might be something helpful for the public, that these funds cannot be used for example, homelessness prevention?
That is correct.
Okay.
That currently, the way that the ordinance is right now, that it can be used for, well, affordable housing projects, programs. It is for future affordable housing at very low income, moderate projects. But I haven't seen an ordinance where it does state that it could be used for homelessness programs.
And that would kind of be more like backtracking anyway. Okay. The other thing is, in looking at the three levels, the very low, low, and the moderate, is there a different impact to how those levels are figured into the full 15% if we just decide to go that way?
Is there, how would they be?
In looking at the percentage of very low versus moderate, is there a different impact for how we change the percentages to add up to a full 15% inclusionary?
I can address that, Sylvia, if you want, or go ahead.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Good evening, Councilmember Meyer. We're sort of divided ourselves into different pies tonight just to make sure we can answer all your questions. So yes, there's different priorities when you're creating those percentages. Our current ordinance to add up to 10 is 3, 4, and 3. So 3 very low, 4 mod, 4 low, and 3 mod. So the ways you allocate those percentages can have different triggers for density bonus law. It can also prioritize a certain type of product that may be harder for us to produce in the market. So for example, very low income projects are eligible for a lot of different types of federal and state funding. Low income projects don't often qualify for that type of funding. Moderate income projects are often more desirable for developers to offer because that's closer, they get a higher rate of return on that, right? So that low category tends to be harder to produce units in, just in general in most communities, just because of how affordable housing financing works and how developers want to make a rate of return. So that's why our mod percentage is 4. I'm sorry, is it late? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I apologize.
That's
why this is confusing enough. I don't need to make it more confusing. That is why our low income percentage is at 4%, slightly higher than the other two, because that's just a harder category to get the same number of units in.
Okay. And then I think my final question actually would be, would there be a different impact if we went with, for example, 14.5% than there would be at 15%?
Slightly different. It would just decrease the percentages in each of those 3 categories potentially. It would also be less likely to trigger other state laws, like anything over 15%. You get into that economic feasibility study, you get into density bonus discussions. It makes a project a little more complex, more layers of, so whether you go 14, 14 and a half, it's the same idea, right? You're allocating those percentages just a little downward compared to a 15% number or higher.
Yeah. Any other impacts of actually doing the feasibility study beyond the $30,000 cost?
There'd be time. So it would take, the few months once we enter into contract. So we still have to come back to council with a budget. So if this is an immediate priority of council, the impact would be, it would just slow down the process for a higher percentage to do that study. There's a potential risk that we do it and we don't get the results that are favorable to an increase of the percentage. So we would have spent the money and the time, and the result may say that HCD would not support an increase in a higher percentage. That's just a risk you would take because you wouldn't know the outcome until it's done.
Sure. And I read this sentence to you before, and I'm hoping you can offer a public clarification of it. This is from the staff report. To date, there are no cases that specifically address what is a fair and reasonable rate of return in the inclusionary context.
Sure, I'd defer to Katie on that. That's her area, her slice of the pie tonight. Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. So, Councilmember Meyer, the language that you're referring to is with regard to a prohibition on adopting any local land use regulation that would have a confiscatory impact on developers of residential housing. And when the court uses the term confiscatory, it looks to ensure that developers are still able to make a reasonable return on their investment. However, beyond that, we don't have any case law that discusses what that reasonable rate of return looks like. And so that's still something of an unknown at this time, but we know it's an area in which we need to tread lightly and be mindful that that is an aspect that the court will review if such an ordinance were to be challenged.
Okay, thank you. That takes care of all my questions for now.
Councilmember Mendoza.
I think mine's quick. Hi, Sylvia, and thank you for all of your hard work on this. The 10%, the 3, 4, and 3, is that the same for owners and for rentals?
No, the rentals actually does not have the moderate option. So it's 5% very low, 5% low.
Are the triggers the same on rentals as they are with home ownership?
Triggers in regards to
the density bonus. Like, you know, if you, let me find the slide. Like, so if we, on page 78, you know how the percentage of affordable housing units, 5% very low, 10% low, increase allowed in density to 20%. Are those triggers the same for rentals and for home ownership?
I'm going to go ahead and look to Katie to go ahead and help me with she's our density bonus expert.
Yeah, Erin popped up too. Hi, Erin.
And Erin.
And I'm actually going to look to Erin because you're right, Councilmember, there is a difference between the two. And Goldfarb and Lippman has been advising the city on that aspect. And so I'll go ahead and turn things over to Erin for that. Thank you.
Okay.
Hello.
Thank you.
So your question was with regard to the density bonus and whether the percentages are different to trigger the incentives and waivers under density bonus. Yeah. So I'm actually looking at the code now, and it looks like the this year it was updated to clarify that for both rental and sale, the percentages to trigger the density bonus is the same.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much for that. That was my only question.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yeah, I think, and everybody's asked some really good questions, and some of them I was going to ask as well. But in regards to removing the in lieu fees, Sylvia, and I'm just wondering, I think you had mentioned that you'd get that information and come back with it. I mean, is that very important for us to have in lieu fees to be able to support the affordable housing program currently?
Well, currently the in lieu fees do support the affordable housing programs and also future affordable housing projects. If the in lieu fees do go away, then that fund does go away for the affordable housing programs and projects.
Okay, and I know Councilmember Rarey had mentioned, you know, possibly another option. So I know you're going to do some research on that, which would be great to hear what you come up with, right? Yeah, so that would be great. And I think I also heard correctly, if we go over 15% in regards to fees, that we go into a whole different category in regards to justifying, I guess, 15 and over or 50% and over. Did I hear that correctly as well?
If you go over, if this council decides to go over the 15%,
yes,
affordability requirement, and then yes, then it would trigger having to do an economic feasibility study.
Okay.
And Alexis had mentioned that you know, that would take a little bit longer to go ahead and have that study done and then come back with the results, which don't know whether they're going to be favorable or not. And then you have already, you know, spent all the time in doing the study and then coming back and then, you know, maybe not being able to do over 15%.
Okay. Yeah. I knew I just wanted to make sure I heard that correctly. But like everyone else, Sylvia, you did a very good job, and we appreciate everything that you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Rarey?
Oh, regarding the density bonus, let's say we go in for the, we look at going over the 15%. And if we did 4% very low income, 9% low income, and 9% moderate income, would that kick in density bonus, or what? Because it's 10% between the low and the moderate, or is it 10% for low and 10% for moderate and 5% for very low?
Sylvia, could you put that slide up again for us, just so we have it? Thank you. So 5% is the trigger for the very low. And then Aaron, if you want to weigh in on the different requirements for those different numbers. I'm sorry, Councilmember Rarey, you said 7% very low as the example?
Well, see, if for the very low, I was looking at 4% or 4.5%.
Right.
4.75%, 4.99%. I thought in reading the packet, when it came to that 10% threshold for low, but it listed it as 10% for low and moderate. So is that 10% for low and 10% for moderate, or is it 10% between combining low and moderate?
So the trigger could be 10% low or 10% moderate. If you had, say, 5% low and 5% very low, since very low is a subcategory of low, that would still be 10% low, so it would still qualify, if that makes sense.
So it's a combination of very low and low. Even though...
Wait, can you define that? I'm sorry, I missed that.
I know, this is getting confusing. So if we put in 5% very low and 5% low, that then actually puts us at, or let's say we put 4% very low and we put 6% at very low, or at low, that puts us at the 10%?
Yes.
That's triggers?
Lido.
Yes, because, so very low, when you look at the health and safety code, low encompasses very low, but you have to, when you have a very low unit, you have to have lower rents. So very low wouldn't be low, but low would encompass very low.
So then our very low and our low have to equal 9.5%, not trigger the 20%.
Yes.
And then we could put the extra, whatever, minus 15. Sorry, Karen.
No, you can't, because at that point, anything over 10% triggers the combination of the three of them. Anything over 10%.
Two.
That 20%.
No, anything over 15%.
No, because that 10% encompasses that 5% for very low, is what she just said.
So Aaron, if we did 4.5 very low, 4.5 low, so that's 9. So, and then the remainder to get to 15 would be moderate. Does that trigger it? Because what you said is that it's low and very low trigger, not moderate.
So moderate would encompass everything below that, the definition of moderate.
And there's no trigger for moderate.
There is. The trigger for moderate is 10%.
So it's 10%.
10% across the board, and at 10%, we still see a 20% increase. So our current affordable housing ordinance already looks at the increase, 20% increase.
But the moderate would only trigger density bonus for sale units.
The moderate's only for sale.
Yes.
Well, it doesn't matter. I mean, because it's 5% for low and 5% for very low for rentals. So it still triggers the 20% increase. And raising it higher, I mean, we're looking at, we're looking at.
So we're stuck with 10%.
We're stuck with 10%, unless we want to give an increase in density bonus.
We're stuck in 10% on single-family homes. We can adjust our rentals.
So, but in the staff reports, it more implied that 15% would be the tripping point. So I'm a little confused about
only for an economic feasibility study is the only thing.
Yeah, for the study.
Right.
The staff report.
So it's not so we're not confiscatory. So right now we're kind of in discussion rather than asking staff. So we should.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah.
So are we still in discussion, or where are we at with this?
Staff questions.
Okay, so we still have public comments?
I'm sorry, I was muted. At this time, we'll open public comments, and I'll turn it to you, Margaret.
I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I do show I have 2 hands raised. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen with the speaker timer. Four hands raised. I'll call on St. Anna's Antioch, followed by Eamon Novin. St. Anna's, go ahead.
Good evening. I apologize. Zoom has obviously hijacked my work account. My name is Jane Stratford, and I'd like to thank Council for the opportunity to address you this evening. I've lived in Brentwood for 30 years, and I've seen the city grow from a population of about 7,250 people to the size it is now. And on the whole, it's done it well. But I think we'd all agree that there's a need for more inclusionary housing in the city. When I look at the city's general plan land use map, the only undeveloped land zoned for residential development is either zoned low or very low density. Removing the in lieu fee option for ownership projects would require all low income and affordable housing to be built within the limitations of these zoning densities, which cannot possibly provide the quantity or type of inclusionary housing the city needs. When I bought my first house during the building boom of the early 90s, developers were building modest-sized homes on medium-sized lots, which were ideal for first-time buyers and young families. The recent trend has been to build bigger and bigger homes on smaller and smaller lots, resulting in very large luxury homes that are out of the reach of most people who already live and work here. My children grew up in Brentwood. 4 of them returned to the city after college and found professional work here. I feel really fortunate that right now they all currently live within a few minutes walk of my home. Until recently, 2 of them had to live with me. It was only when their brother returned to California after serving in the Army for 6 years that between 3 of them, they could afford to rent something. Another daughter is married with a young family and would like to buy a house in her hometown. But despite a combined income of almost $150,000, even with the first-time homeowner incentives, they only qualify for a mortgage of $400,000, which means they would need a down payment of at least $250,000 to be considered for anything in Brentwood right now. In the 2 years they have rented their current home, their monthly rent has increased by $200, and they are approaching another lease extension, which may raise it even more. If it keeps going up, they do not know how much longer they can afford to live here. Brentwood is an attractive place to live for people from all over the Bay Area, and rightly so. But what about the people who already live here? The young people who grew up here, or those who work in the city but cannot afford to live here? I'm told that the council has a plan to meet this need for inclusionary housing, and I look forward to hearing about it. However, I urge council to keep the inclusionary housing requirement and allow for in-lieu fees that would fund the creation of different types of housing the city needs, if it is to meet state requirements and the needs of its residents. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Eamon Novin, followed by Rod. Go ahead.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for your time this evening. My name is Iman Novin. I am an affordable housing expert and consultant to numerous jurisdictions. I also serve on the Contra Costa Council on Homelessness as the Affordable Housing Chair. Here to speak tonight about potential changes to your inclusionary housing and affordable housing program. Specifically wanted to advocate that you keep your in lieu fee and impact fee options. It's a very powerful tool to be able to meet your very low and low affordable housing requirements. If you look at historically how Brentwood has done in current and past cycles, you're oversubscribed on all of your above moderate, which represents a lot of single family home development, and very deficient on rental housing at the very low income and low income levels. That's housing that supports sort of critical workforce and teachers and nurses and other important elements of your community. And so the reason why impact fees and in lieu fees are really important is that, let's say a project is generating $1 million in impact fees. That $1 million with a $500,000 construction costs these days could translate into like 2 units of home ownership at a moderate income price, perhaps. But that same $1 million paid as an impact fee or an in lieu fee to an affordable nonprofit could be leveraged 10 times to 1 with state HCD funding to build a lot more affordable housing at a much deeper affordable level. Also want to encourage you guys to embrace density. There's conversation about how to implement your program in a way that doesn't trigger density bonus. As affordable housing developers, I think, and folks interested in building more dense and better utilization of land area, if it's an extra percentage of very low that you need to get there, developers are going to do that anyways. So thank you for your time and consideration. I hope you consider keeping your impact fees. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rod, followed by Ellen Morris. Rod, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Margaret. So I'm listening to all this, and I'm just trying to learn as I go. And what I really am picking up from this is that the state, has been passing these measures lately that are trying to force us to increase density, And again, here we go. We're trying to do the right thing, and what, surprise, surprise, we find ourselves in a box, right? You can't even do the right thing. And we've got people, I'm hearing commenters coming in that, clearly have outside interests. They want to increase our density. The fact is we have zoning for higher density. We can't get builders to build on it. They want to build houses. Most of what we have left in Brentwood that's unbuilt is apartments. So, we're doing the right thing here. We're trying very hard. And then we've got people coming in here and saying, well, embrace high density. Well, look, dude, we've got high density. Get somebody in here that'll build on it. We are zoned. We're ready. What we want to do is make affordable housing. All we want to do is, have the builders come in and at least build a little bit smaller houses in some of their development, take a little bit smaller profit. But no, the state has guaranteed them a profit. They're saying, oh, it's a taking if you don't guarantee somebody to make as big a profit as they can. This is just what we get, from the state, that we've been getting this noise. And I think it's just grotesquely unfair the way we're being treated. We're trying to do the right thing. We get beat up by people up in the state saying that we're not trying to do the right thing when we are. And when we try to do the right thing, they have it rigged so we can't. And, it's just frustrating. Why don't they let us do what we need to do to build some housing here and get some people some help and get them a home? This whole idea that we have to increase density further when we've been building houses faster than anyone in the state practically, and we want to increase density, we have zoning for it, and we can't get builders to do it, but they can send people in, outsiders that we're hearing from tonight, to tell us we're doing it wrong and we should help the developers more. I really wish that those people would just stay home, stay out of our business, and let us get this worked out. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ellen Morris. Ellen, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Ellen Morris. I'm here representing Eden Housing. We're a nonprofit affordable housing developer with properties throughout Northern California. And, back about 10 years ago, we used the affordable housing program to build Brentwood Senior Commons here in Brentwood. Eden believes that high quality, affordable rental housing meets the crucial need for housing, for a housing option for low and moderate income residents. Without affordable housing, Brentwood's home health aides, bus drivers, cashiers, teachers, nurses, and really anyone who grew up here have nowhere to call home if they were to try to move to Brentwood today. Brentwood's inclusionary requirement helps to address this need, but without the deep subsidy that the in-lieu fee program provides to the affordable housing program and the rental housing trust fund, the past 10 years have shown that it really does not result in low and moderate income housing. We need to preserve the in-lieu fee option to continue funding those programs, which enable Brentwood to produce this deeply affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carolina Villaseca. Carolina, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council. Woo, what a topic. First, the numbers were mind-boggling, and it is too late for me to try and do math at this point. So I will approach it this way. I have sat through enough meetings where the builder was negotiating down the number of affordable units they had to build. They don't have the stomach or the courage to take a lower profit to help people out. So instead of coming to beat up on cities to try and build affordable housing, why not beat up the builders who are refusing to do so? Number one. Number two, you don't want a cluster of affordable housing like in an area, because that creates an island of all of a sudden undesirable. Like nobody wants to go trick-or-treating in that neighborhood. Nobody wants to go play in that neighborhood. And I have seen this happen where an entire area of a city is just ostracized. I was a volunteer tutor in the city of Cleveland, Ohio, and I worked with kids that came from the cluster of affordable housing units all clustered together. Let me tell you, driving through that neighborhood to drop off a student who needed a ride was one of the scariest things I've ever done in my life. When I dropped her off, she actually confronted drug dealers at the corner of her house and she yelled at them to go away. And my heart almost stopped because I thought they were going to hurt her. Luckily, she knew who they were and they moved. And I thought, oh my God, this girl has more courage than I do. But this is not what we want in the city. We want housing that is affordable, but in a neighborhood, so that we have a neighborhood of people that become a community, not like, oh, those people over there versus our people over here. So I'm not sure if you can do a hybrid where you keep the in lieu fee and work on units. I'm not really sure what the answer is, but whatever it is, my hat's to you. I don't know. Builders will not do the right thing unless you hit them over the head with something. So, this has to be taken into account. And the fact is, we are trying to build affordable housing. The builders just don't want to do it. That's very important for the county gentleman who called in to know. He hasn't sat through the city council meetings that we've sat through, trying to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no additional hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, then we will close public comments. Before we get into council discussion, I would like for us to consider what we were recommended earlier. I know it's getting really late. We've got a few more other things on this. If we could kind of focus on the percentage number and work toward the other stuff, that way we can at least give staff some clear direction. I'm in absolute support of everything that every one of our council members have already said, but there's been a few confusing things that I thought I had a handle on before the conversation with clarification, and suddenly that doesn't seem to be what I thought it meant. So I'll turn it to you, Councilmember Rarey.
So if we went to 15%, what would the density bonus, regardless of where it's at, how much of a density bonus would we be required to provide?
%, total, regardless of the percentage breakdowns.
Regardless of the percent, because it's from what I hear, it doesn't matter where it's located, as long as it's over 10% or higher. The combination, Katie? Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So we're very glad you're asking these questions because we want you to have the full information at your fingertips. And I see Aaron wants to chime in as well. You've also asked questions tonight about the use of certain funds. And so if you want, we could bring back more of a granular breakdown of those things on maybe even the April 12th agenda. Alexis, do you think that would be possible? I know it's a couple weeks out from now, but it wouldn't put us very far behind schedule, and you would have this additional information and clarifications on what you've heard tonight, so that when you give direction as to how you want this breakdown to be, you have all of that at your fingertips. I know it's not exactly what you were hoping for this evening, but it is a lot of information. You saw how long the staff report already was, so that might be one way to approach it tonight.
And if I could add on to that, we've been very focused on those percentage breakdowns at 15, or there's also other combinations you can do in an affordable housing program. You can do 10% on-site, 5% off-site, 10% on-site, 5% in lieu. So we could bring back on 12th, various breakdowns if council's interested. That's a lot of math tonight.
But it doesn't sound like the breakdown makes a difference, because if you've got, as long as you've got over 10%, it doesn't matter, under low, between low and very low, a combination of 10%, you're already at the density bonus.
So the breakdown,
actually, And so you're at the 20% density bonus. So if we go up to 15%, doesn't matter how it's split up, we're still going to be at an increased density bonus. So I don't think those things make a difference.
So the breakdown does make some difference. There's a chart. So for example, if you had 5% very low, that would be a 20% density bonus versus 10% low would be a 20% density bonus. So there's
that
a
means
breakdown.
that we would only, I mean, we're kind of going backwards now because we're already at 10%. So we're already at 20% density bonus. If we, and I can tell you at least 2 other council members on here don't even like the fact that, and probably all 5 of us don't like the fact of having to have a density bonus at all at the 10%, let alone going up higher. The only thing I think we need to do is find out at 15%, regardless of how the breakdown is, what percentage density bonus would we be at?
So I think.
Is it the 11?
Go ahead, council member.
No, on your chart it says 11% very low, 20% low, 35%, and 10% very low is 32.5. So it's somewhere between 32.5 and 35%. It's in the 30s.
Okay.
So what Aaron was alluding to is the fact that once you look at the charts that are in the state law, and we could bring those charts back to you if you'd like to see them, there's a very big difference between requiring 5% very low, 5% moderate. You know, the density that you're given as a result of these things changes as between those income levels. And so we would want you to understand wherever you peg your percentages, what that looks like. But we also want to have a more holistic discussion with you about how you want whatever percentages you arrive at to reflect your other concerns about development throughout the community, not just be focused on this. So
heck, I at this point, I'd like to go to 9.99% and eliminate the density bonus.
Well, we'd like you to have all of the information in front of you in the charts as to what that would mean, but we know that you have other considerations beyond just density bonus too, and we don't want to lose sight of that.
Well, I know, but I think what she's saying is we know what percent we want. I don't need to come back to that. I can tell you what percent I want. I mean, Karen, you're saying 9.9. I was thinking like 9.5, so it wouldn't look too crazy. But I was thinking 9.5. And but go ahead, you finish your question because you have your hand up.
No, I wholeheartedly agree with you on that. And as far as in lieu fees, currently LUD, our Land Use and Development Committee, it's brought to us first. The discussion is made on how it's to be paid, whether it's in lieu fees, whether it's building one on site, one off site, or a combination of all of the above. And so it's still the city council's decision, despite, I mean, a developer can come to you and say, I want to do it this way. And as you know, our recommendation to the council will say, this is what we want. And then the council has to either agree or not agree with what we are bringing forward from the Land Use and Development Committee. So I'm not so much concerned about the in lieu fees because we can make that decision on the fly.
But you and I are on LUD right now.
I know.
It might be different.
I've always been against the in lieu fees, but
I know. But you and I are temporary.
We have had one come up recently where we did have some in lieu fees.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is you and I are temporary. Just because we're there now doesn't mean we're going to be there in a few years.
Well,
so
won't be there at the end of the year. So there's that.
I want to hear it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
that's here. Okay. So my thing is, I'm almost thinking we do 4.5 for very low, 5% for low, for a 9.5. Forget the moderate when it comes to single family housing. Focus on the moderate in the rentals with a 4, a 9, and a 2. And that's 15%, because you said, which would be, no, 9, 10, 11, no, it'd have to be like 5.5%. That'd be the 10% that triggers. So like a 4, a 5, 5, and then the rest of it could go into moderate apartments. I think we can have a different mix, and I'm okay with doing away the moderate on the single family, because I feel there's, like the woman from St. Anne said, there's a lot of kids who are coming back from college, you know, and again, sometimes you don't get your first house where you want to live. I didn't, but if we can help them a little bit.
I still got 2 adult kids living at home. So
I know. So, I mean, it happens. And not everyone gets their dream location the first time. You buy a house, you sell it, you take your money. But if we can help some, I wouldn't mind. In Luffy's, I'm okay with doing away with them. Either you build something on site or you purchase something off site. I don't care what your P&L model is when you're a developer. That is not my problem. And I understand you're taking those funds and you're doing stuff behind the scenes. That's not my problem. My problem is making sure I'm getting homes for my residents. So your P&L and my housing my residents are 2 totally different things. I don't care about that. And I think that's it on that. I could talk about a lot of other things, but I'm going to shut up now.
Member Meyer.
Just wanted to ask Katie to clarify about developers being able to raise their own percentages.
So I think what you're referring to is that when a city adopts an inclusionary housing requirement that, say, imposes a 5% very low or a 4% very low obligation, it doesn't take that much more to reach up to that next rung on the ladder and get to 5% and trigger a density bonus and sort of the benefits that go with that. I think that's what you're referring to, council member. I could be wrong.
That's exactly what I'm referring to, and I just wanted to make sure it was part of the conversation and that everyone had an understanding of that. I'm open to the 9.5, 7.5, 9, whatever. This is a very different conversation from what I thought we were going to have.
So I would say, and I'm looking at the guide online as we speak, the density bonus law is a very long and convoluted law, and so there's a helpful 28-page short guide to walk you through it. We would want to have a look at both the guide and the statute to determine the impact of adopting something less than a whole number, because rounding may well go into effect. And we would want to be aware of that and provide you with that information before you made a decision. So if that's information that you would like to have, please let us know and we will gather that for you before you give final direction.
I would like to have that.
Okay.
Me too.
All right. So as I understand it, there are currently questions regarding the effects of rounding on this issue. The manner in which units are counted towards the minimum thresholds for this, the permissible use of the rental housing fund and what those fees can be used for. And that is all information that you would like us to bring back to you for a final direction on an ordinance that we could then push through the process for your consideration. Is that right?
Yes. Can I ask a question real quick? Or are you done? Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say I would hope for the presentation of a couple of different scenarios and what the impacts of those scenarios would be when you come.
Okay. And we don't want to cut your conversation short because we know you're interested in far more than just density bonus questions when it comes to this topic. So I don't mean to focus you on that because I know you have many other considerations to go through.
I also like Council Meyer has mentioned, is that different variations, different options that we could have that we could work with. Because I'm really big on. I know we're at 10, so I'm a little bit confused now. There's so much going on here. I know people are talking about, council is talking about 9.5 because I know it triggers at 10%. It triggers density. Now we're at 10% currently. So has that already triggered the density portion of what's being discussed? And I've always been a fan of affordable housing, but also in lieu fees, because without some type of in lieu fees, we may have nothing to support the current programs that are operating right now within our city. So I've always been a supporter of both. I've always known that, one, we need to raise the percentage of affordable housing that needs to be built, but at the same time, we need to also support the programs that we currently have and be able to sustain those. So that's where I'm at with this. I like to learn more. I mean, it's gone all over the place a little bit, so trying to figure out. So I guess my question is, in the discussion that's happening in regards to the 9.5, aren't we at 10% currently? Has that already triggered the density bonus?
I'm assuming that question's going to me. Please let me know if you are looking for someone else to answer it. Yeah.
Answer that.
So I will tell you honestly, when the last updates to the affordable housing ordinance were drafted, I don't believe it was the council's intention to have that effect. And I did not think that would be the effect of the cumulative increase to 10%. We need to double check. There have been substantial changes in the law since that was last adopted. So that's what we're going to check on. This, unfortunately, is a statute that changes every single year, and that was updated a couple of years ago now. So we're going to double check our status, and we'll bring that back to you with the information that we're returning with.
So currently at this time, we could be at that bonus for density for developers, right?
By operation of state law, that may be the case, but we'll double check that.
Okay. So now we're looking at possibly going back to take that away. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Mendoza.
And so the last thing is, while Councilmember Meyer was speaking, I don't like in lieu fees. I think that we have $4 million left. That will help pay for the next few years. But there is nothing that prohibits us from using general fund to subsidize our affordable housing program. I mean, if we believe in affordable housing, we're going to believe in affordable housing, right? Like, Katie, is there anything that says that we can't pay for our affordable housing through our general fund and our regular yearly budget? Because it's what it's what we're going to have to do when we're at build out anyway and we don't have any money.
Sorry, late in the evening for me.
It's okay.
So in the absence of in lieu fees, we could use general fund monies, as I understand it, to continue to fund at least some of the operations. I don't know if all of the programming currently offered through our affordable program could continue to be funded through the general fund. We would have to check on that. Administratively, I believe that is the case, but we would want to see if there are any limitations on anything we're currently offering that you should be made aware of.
Yeah, if we could get that information, because basically the way I see it is either in lieu fees, either we're using it for residents or we're giving it out to developers. And I just want to figure out if we can use just general funds when we come back. Thank you.
You're on mute, Mayor.
I was like, what can I hear?
Thank you. I'm sorry. Do we have clarification? Does staff have clarification on what we would like? I guess what I'm asking is, do you need a vote on what you have before us tonight, or bringing this back with all of these clarifications? Is that sufficient to move on to the other items tonight?
I think if you did make a motion of what you would like us to come back with, that would make it even clearer. But I think we have a sense. But if you could make that part of the motion, that would be better.
I think Katie just listed everything.
Should we go through our list one more time? Because I think we just added one after Katie did her excellent list.
Which I did from memory, and I don't know if I can repeat.
So I took some notes if council would like me to go through what I wrote down.
Please.
Okay. And obviously correct me if I'm wrong. So effects of rounding on the affordable housing requirements. So if we have a 9.5, does that bump us to 10, for example? Manner in which units count towards density bonuses. So we would clarify that, and we would provide you examples and different breakdowns of those potential percentage breakdowns. The manner and the use of the rental housing trust funds and the other funds, what those can be applied to. I think this question was specifically about the rental housing trust fund. Is that correct? And so a couple different scenarios you could consider in those percentage breakdowns. And then we added, can we use general fund money for the whole affordable housing program, not just administrative costs?
And the last one was the in lieu fee.
Yeah, it was regards to the lieu fee. If we're able to use general funds, and if the general funds would be able to support the current programs that are being operated at the affordable housing.
No, I thought that was what Alexis had said. Just finished saying. Wasn't there another in lieu fee question after that?
Can we, if we do away with in lieu fees, they can either build a property on site or build one off site. Can we just leave it to those two options? As was one of my questions.
Okay, yeah.
So we know we need at least two alternatives, at least in the rental context. So building on site is the default requirement, right? Building off site would be one alternative. We would need at least one more alternative. Best practices generally dictate offering in lieu fees for a second or another alternative, but we can bring back more information on that.
Can you bring back the different alternatives that we might consider?
So we'll add, can we do on-site or off-site as a requirement for ownership if we remove the in lieu fee, and then alternatives options for the two rental alternatives?
Yeah, because I don't see how we're going to make our RENA number if our apartment people all pay in lieu fees. I just don't, there's no way we're going to make that RENA number. The math isn't going to work out.
So I
then we'll get
as Alexis detailed to be moved forward to would we be able to do it at our next council meeting, or would it be the council meeting after that?
Possibly, because we have an extra week this month. Yay. So those staff reports are due on Monday. Unfortunately, as of tonight, I'm off for three more days, so I'm not sure our ability. We may be able to beg Tim for a couple extra days to turn in the report, but.
And I'll second that motion that Karen made, or Councilmember Rarey.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rarey?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
We will move into item E3, which is the annual progress report required for the housing element. Community Development Senior Planner Jennifer Hagan Director will present on this item. Jennifer?
And Mayor, if I could just suggest, staff is willing to just entertain any questions the council has, or we can make the full presentation as planned, but at your leisure based on the time of the hour.
Council, what is your preference?
Just questions.
We can.
Well, I mean, is this where we explain to the public about RENA and stuff?
Well, that's what the staff reports are for. So we've detailed everything in the staff report.
Yeah,
we're regurgitating it tonight.
A lot of people aren't going to read that staff packet. So, I mean, to me, this one's important because it's education for our residents to understand why I'm fighting for no in lieu fees. Like, the state is making us do these numbers. So if we could do that portion of like what actually is RENA, why do we have to build these, and what are the consequences if we don't build them? Can we do that real fast?
We can do that. Yes.
Sorry, Mayor. I'm passionate about this.
Understandable.
Could we take a 3-minute break?
Yes, we can, if that's what council would like.
I don't know, 3 minutes is the right amount of time, but.
Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. We'll reconvene in 5 minutes. At this time, we will reconvene after a 5-minute recess and turn it to staff regarding item E3 to bring the information requested by Councilmember Mendoza.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. I wanted to take a quick second to introduce myself first. I'm Jennifer Hagan. I'm the new Senior Planner here for the City of Brentwood. So tonight I will be presenting the informational item for our annual progress report. Let me share our screen and I can jump through some of the initial slides. So like I indicated, most of the information before you tonight is just informational. It's going over some state planning law requirements to report on our annual progress for housing each year. We have turned that in by April 1st. As part of our reporting, we report on all entitled, issued, and final housing permits that occur in the previous year. So in 2021, the city issued a total of 742 permits for new housing units. And we finaled and we're ready for occupancy approximately 275 units in 2021. Of the permits issued, a total of 18 of those were at affordable levels. 2 of those were very low, which were part of the Terran project or the Spatino Ranch. And then 16 of those were ADUs, which we can count as moderate. So as far as our overall RHNA, each year we do provide a progress report for our RHNA, and the progress report is based on permits that were issued in each of the years within the cycle. Our current cycle is our 5th cycle for the housing element. It's from 2015 to 2022. So as we currently stand, the city has currently met 100% of our above moderate allocation, and we've met approximately 15% of our lower income units, which are the very low, low, and moderate income units. And so with that, that is an overall summary of our annual progress report and our current RHNA progress. And then overall, staff is just recommending that the City Council receive the annual progress report and adopt attached resolution accepting the annual progress report for the calendar year of 2021 and directing staff to forward it to OPR and HCD by April 1st. And that concludes staff's brief report. We're available for any questions.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Do we have a list of things that are currently in construction? Because I know we have Amber Lane Apartments and Silver Gate, and I'm assuming those are going to come in more on the low and the moderate, maybe.
So actually, so those, since none of those are deed restricted and none of them were in accordance with our current, or they were approved prior to our current zoning, inclusionary zoning ordinance, none of those units were affordable. So those were actually issued in this year. So there were 166 units as part of Amber Lane Apartments, and there was 288 units as part of the Silvergate Apartments. But because none of those included inclusionary zoning, none of those were considered as moderate or below.
Okay, do we know, so just for anyone who might still be watching, so even when we're building apartments, the apartments aren't triggering an NDR of low, very low, or moderate, even an apartment in this area, is what I'm hearing?
Correct.
Okay. That's all the questions I have right now. Thanks.
Yeah, that was because of that lawsuit in Southern California where we couldn't do apartments for a period of time, and that's why they weren't included in affordable housing. And I forget why, when we did the affordable housing ordinance, why we were now able to include apartments in it. So that, and we didn't pass that ordinance fast enough in order to, I mean, I think it took 1.5 years to actually go through the entire thing. But yeah, so that was why we lost out on those 2 apartment complexes.
Yeah, that is correct. There was some legal legislation or legal follow through with the Palmer decision. that did prohibit inclusionary zoning on multifamily housing for a time. But we are past that and can now include that in our inclusionary zoning ordinance.
Okay, if there are no further questions of staff, at this time, we will open public comments on this item. Turn it to you, Margaret.
I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And I'm seeing no hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, then, we will close public comments, move into council discussion, or I'm open for a motion.
My only comment is, again, for anyone listening, we do have requirements that we have to make. We did not make our low and very low. So I think for people listening, when we're so passionate about affordable housing, the chart that Jennifer showed is the reason, because the chart, the last one was 780 something homes, 86, I believe. Our RENA allocation for 23 to 2030, I believe, is 1522. So we have a lot of homes that we have to build, and if we don't build them, we start getting fines from the state, and they could come in and actually take over our planning if we don't do it. So when people are asking us why we have to do some of the stuff that we have to do, that's why we have to do it. So I just think that's important people know.
Very, very well said.
And if you have any questions, you can call your assemblyman person and your senator and ask them about RENA numbers.
Absolutely. One of the key components also is that we have to get these done for our families. We're being forced to do it by the state, but we want to do it for our families. We just want, in my opinion, it's essential we keep as much control on how that looks like, because like has been said by Ms. Villaseca that called in earlier, every council member so far that's spoken on it, we want to provide homes for our families. We do not want them to feel segregated, denigrated. We want to control what it looks like for our community. And so that's why this is so essential and so important. And again, if we don't, like Councilmember Mendoza said, the state will come in and has made it very clear in other areas of statement. They will come in and take over and put what they want where they want. We don't want that. So that's what this is for. Do we have a motion?
As detailed in the staff report, I move we adopt the resolution accepting the housing element APR and directing staff to forward the report to the state. And I have to say, I cannot believe they don't have better things to do with their time.
I second that.
City planning. Sorry, I can say that now.
We have a first and a second. A roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rarey?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay, move on to item E4, consideration of the annual progress report for the general plan. Community Development Planning Manager Eric Nolthenius will present on this item. Turn it to staff.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and council members. There's a couple of options here. One is a short PowerPoint consisting of 37 slides, or just like a 2-minute verbal. So I'm gonna go with, just kidding, I'm gonna go with the 2-minute verbal. So just real quick, good evening, Mayor and Council. State law does require each city and county to adopt a comprehensive long-term general plan that guides the physical development of the community. State law also requires the submittal of an annual progress report, or APR, to the Governor's Office of Planning and Research to ensure that the goals, policies, and actions are in fact being implemented. There's no specific standardized format or content requirements that the state provides. So it's really up to each community to kind of determine how that report looks. The APR was included as an attachment to the staff report. It's basically just a short kind of 2 or 3 page memo that the council saw. I'm just going to hit some of the highlights of it. As the council might recall, back at the February 22nd meeting, there was a detailed discussion of the conservation and open space element and how to prioritize the different actions that are included in that element. So while the council didn't take any specific action at that time in terms of reprioritizing, it did agree to come back and discuss more formally at a workshop setting. So I reattached that because it was pretty detailed in terms of the different action items and sort of where they stood. Also, state law, as you may or may not know, allows general plan elements, the mandatory elements at least, to be amended up to 4 times per calendar year. So the other thing that's listed in there is the singular amendment that the council approved last year, and that was to change the land use designation on about a 4-acre parcel at the intersection of Amber Lane and Empire Avenue. And that went from a future park site to a public facility designation that would facilitate the fire district facilities going out there. That was the only amendment that's been approved. And I went back and checked just as a curiosity, since the general plan was adopted in 2014, there's been a total of 6 amendments to it. So it's really less than 1 per year that's been approved. And again, that was the most recent one in 2021.
That was Empire and Grant, wasn't it? Not Amber Lane and Grant?
It is Amber and Empire. There was a station designated on the west side of Shady Willow.
Yeah, now it's Empire and Grant.
I show Amber and Empire.
Because it's behind Pioneer School.
It's behind. You're right. I guess it depends on what street you're looking at, but it's south of Amber, west of Empire. How about that? Okay. And then there are a few projects that are currently in process that will involve general plan amendments that will ultimately come to the council for consideration. One is the housing element update. And of course, the Land Use and Development Committee received an update on that project yesterday. The other one is the update to the PA1 specific plan, which has been in process for quite some time. And there's also the tandem update that's being processed for both Brentwood Boulevard and downtown. And I know the council had a discussion about that recently, and it sounded like there's going to be some further discussion about those projects later this year. And then lastly, there's a few other kind of significant projects or initiatives, if you will, that are underway. Those are focused amendments to the zoning ordinance. Of course, coming back to the council, as I referenced earlier, with more discussion about the conservation and open space element. And then we'll be coming back every 2 years for what's called a biennial detailed report on the comprehensive implementation of the general plan. And that was identified as part of the council's strategic plan recently. So at this point, the recommendation from staff, similar to the prior item, is to adopt a resolution finding that the APR accurately reflects general plan implementation for calendar year 2021. Staff will then, of course, forward that to the Governor's Office of Planning and Research and California Department of HCD. That concludes staff's presentation. Thanks for your time this evening, and I'll turn it back to the Mayor and Council for any questions.
Any questions of staff?
You mentioned the conservation and open space, right? Did that change in here or not yet? That's coming. But I know we have.
That's a good question. So I simply reattached the table that was presented a month ago. So just a little bit of a refresher, but that's about as deep of a dive as staff has done into general plan implementation in a while. So it just made sense to attach it and make it part of the report.
Do we, I know time is of the essence with the open space one. Do we know how, I mean, you might not be the person to answer this, but how soon is it coming back, the measure for the next election? And do we know how fast it's going to be? Because that's part of this, right?
Yeah, and I will defer to that, to someone else on that, Councilmember Mendoza.
So the open space initiative, we're planning to come back to on April 26th council meeting to give you a high level summary of what's been recommended so far by a couple residents that we met with this morning, and also ask for some policy direction on how you'd like us to further craft that. And we'll probably come back to you with a second version of that to check in May, June-ish, and again, see if that's close enough to then consider approval. We have that deadline of, I believe it's August. So we need to have something adopted by July, and we don't want to miss that time frame. So that's the plans at this point.
Our first step is April, and then May, and then final, and then it can go to a ballot. Okay, thank you.
Correct.
Any further questions of staff? If not, we will open public comment at this time. Turn to you, Margaret.
I received 0 written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer expires. And I'm seeing no hands raised.
This time we will close public comment and move into council discussion.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, have a motion.
As detailed in the staff report, I move we adopt a resolution accepting the general plan APR and directing staff to forward the report to the state.
I'll second that.
We have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rarey?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Thank you. At this time, we move into item F1, request for future agenda items. Are there any new future agenda item requests?
Yes, I have. Gotta get them. So I like to bring back as a future agenda item to add the World Down Syndrome Day, which is March 21st of each year, to our annual proclamation list. And the other thing is, and I brought this topic up before a couple of years ago, but it fell off our radar. It never really came back. I'd like to see what services the Contra Costa Animal Services now provide, and possibly look at working with East County cities to bring services to this area. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Meyer.
I think Councilmember Mendoza was first. Oh, she took her hand down. This came from watching the most recent Planning Commission meeting, and it's just to start a discussion on the notification process. I know they'd already asked for it to be added to their agenda a couple of times, but I don't believe it's in the works at this point. And I know that we've got new projects around 1,000 feet. I'd like to look at expanding that and seeing what that would entail. And also that potentially design review or extensions are notified, what that would look like, and how far out. And I know that I believe we are currently sending notifications and utility bills, but like if we were looking at doing something for design review or extensions, for example, that we could potentially do that through electronic notification as opposed to mailed to keep the cost down. Is that enough information?
Yes.
Okay. I am not asking for this to be urgently brought back to us. I just want to make sure we don't lose track of this being something that Planning Commission is concerned with, and it's something that we've discussed as well. So I just don't want to lose that, having that in the future planning in the future.
No, you'll be pleased to hear that we actually started working on it this afternoon. So
perfect.
We started looking at the Brentwood Municipal Code ordinance that we've been planning to update for some time and just have not gotten to it. And we had a free moment this afternoon, and I started drafting some things up with Eric. So we'll come back.
And I don't want to push for anything to put into place that is really outside of what's feasible for us. I just want to know what the options are, what it would look like, how it, what the cost would be, and if we can consider, like I said, electronic for secondary notification and expansion of design review and extension, given all the concerns around some of what Planning Commission has been facing when it comes to the extensions.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
And would love an opportunity to tell the full story someday.
I'm sure. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no further future agenda item requests, we'll move on to item F2.1. A request from Councilmember Rarey regarding a $10,000 contribution to Hope House. Councilmember Rarey.
I was contacted by the new Hope House director. When she took over, she found that there was no grants that had been applied for. So they have basically exhausted their funds. They're currently serving or providing to 500 families each month. They were hoping that we could help them. They originally had asked that we, maybe defer or not, that we waive their, I think it was like $1,800 a year garbage bill, which is an option too. But then I remembered that there was funding return from Brentwood Regional Community Chest. And I do have to make a point here that the funding for the programs back on April 21st would come from the general fund. The resolution details an appropriation of $50,000 to the general fund to carry out the program directives. Staff will also pursue reimbursement from FEMA, not from the CARES Act. So I'm not sure why. Now I understand CARES Fund went in and funded police, but because this was supposed to be reimbursed by FEMA and not by CARES Act, that the fund should still be available. There'd be I think there was 10,000 and change returned from the Brentwood Regional Community Chest for food. And I originally said, can't they just submit a grant? And then I was told it was complicated. And the city manager said, because it was complicated, he would put it onto the agenda.
So at this time, we will open for public comments. Turn to you, Margaret.
At this time, I'm sorry, I received 0 written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And I'm seeing no hands raised.
Yeah, I know that the new director had planned on speaking.
Excuse me, Councilmember Rarey. At this time, we will close public comments, and now Councilmember Rarey.
I know the new director had planned on speaking this evening, but maybe it's past their bedtime. It was very important to them. So anyway, that's it.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes, Mayor. No, I'm very aware of the Hope House. I think it's a great program, great opportunity. One of the things, though, that I think that we need to create or set a standard of nonprofits and funding is that, and supporting is having them come in and do some type of presentations in regards to their organizations, so that I guess the council understands, one, who we're giving the money to and the services they provide, which I think would be great. I know I've done that many times, but also at the same time, what is the purpose of the funding, right? So that we have an understanding what we're doing, what we're giving the $10,000 to, if it's to general funds or is it to a specific program they have within their organization or whatever that is. I think that at some point we got to create those standards, because if not, how do we choose one and not others, right? That may approach us in the near future. So I'm not saying this is not something that we shouldn't support, but what I am saying is that at some point we got to create a standard of, this is the way it would work. if any organization would want any type of funding through the city. So, and I don't know, maybe we already have that. I'm not sure, but I think that's, you know, I mean, that's not asking for anything out of the ordinary. A lot of cities do that, and so do a lot of school districts. So, yeah.
Thank you, Councilmember Meyer.
I agree with what Vice Mayor Rodriguez just said. I think I totally support helping people in need. I think you know that. But I did question that this came outside of a grant cycle. I did question that in looking at the percentages of families helped inside the city limits and outside, there's a pretty good amount of people that are living outside the city of Brentwood that are being served currently and would be served through this money. And I have to say, I thought immediately of the Broderick families, Broderick apartment families that were impacted by that fire, and that we were working with a nonprofit to help reach them. These are families that are specific to Brentwood, and it was very measurable, accountable, very, very clear track from the money coming in designated specifically to them. So I'm a little confused about how something like this happens outside of a grant cycle. What would normally be a process? I mean, could I have, and again, nothing against H.O.P.E House. I know they do wonderful work. I'm just trying to understand the process here because it threw me a bit. Like, would I have to bring it up as an agenda item? Can we take some budget money and give it to the families for the Broderick Fire Apartments?
So if you read the agenda item,
and I did,
$1,000 was set aside for food.
But it also said that I mean, we could have given the Broderick family, those families some food also as well. I'm just trying to understand the process here. It did say that some of that was already spent though, right? Or most of that was already spent?
They spent the $10,000 that they received. They got two $5,000 grants. And had the city manager not confused the CARES Act funding, which they did outside of what I'm reading the agenda item from April of that year.
If you have questions, I can clarify what happened, but I wouldn't say I confused anything.
So we had given $18,000 to the Brentwood Regional Community Chest, of which they returned about $10,000 of it.
Correct.
And because of the confusion between the CARES Act and where it was actually supposed to be reimbursed through FEMA, that $10,000 should still be available for anyone. There's no grant cycle for anyone to apply for that $10,000 at any time.
So any nonprofit that is serving the residents of Brentwood
for food
that supplies food could have applied for that.
Yes.
Accurate?
Yes.
So
in 2020, there was a program for that, correct? We haven't used it.
And I do remember that.
There's still $10,000 left in that.
No.
Okay.
Close out
There is
that
no
program.
There's no, that's why it's on the agenda now. Otherwise, we could have still made it happen. So I
read to you from the agenda, from the original, where the funding came from and where it was to be reimbursed by.
Correct. And that was the original intent. The council, we didn't have CARES Act fund at the time, and we didn't have the FEMA. It was just coming into play. And so when the CARES Act fund came out,
the direction from the council was to be reimbursed by FEMA. Staff made the decision, which was a good decision at the time, to reimburse or to submit it to the CARES Act. But the funding was not designated to be CARES Act reimbursed. It was to be FEMA reimbursed. Otherwise, it would be strictly general fund. Because I remember there was concern about using general fund money at that time.
Okay, so if that part's established, and I'm still a little confused about how that path goes. Our nonprofits that provide food resources to Brentwood residents specifically did they know this was an option, first of all? And second, can we restrict this to supporting residents that live within the city limits? Third, is this still considered to be COVID related, or is this just an ongoing need? And if so, do we continually provide for ongoing needs like this? And I'm not sure who the questions are going to at this point. Anyone?
Well, I'd be glad to clarify a few things if that's what you're asking.
Yes, I am. Thank you.
In 2020, we had authority from the council to spend some general fund money. And when the CARES Act money came out, we used those funds instead, and the council at the time understood that. We gave out nearly 100,000 in the CARES Act money. Of that CARES Act money, 10,000 came back to the city. And in order to close out the grant timing with the agency, the federal agency, I suppose, is who's CARES Act at the time, we had to swap it with some other internal expenses to meet the timeliness because otherwise we had excess money. So the CARES Act has been fully expended. There was no FEMA reimbursement sought. So any request tonight would be solely general fund. There is no other additional money available from those previous programs from 2020. Now,
can you show me where the city stopped saying that we wouldn't issue that money?
I don't recall offhand. We can get you that.
Because you said that we knew about it.
Correct. It should be in a subsequent staff report. You mentioned the April one. I believe there was one in September as well.
The one in September didn't have. It was just decided at that meeting as a future agenda item. It didn't go on for a full staff report.
Okay, well, I did not exercise that authority outside of council direction, so we can go back and look at the records and get you some more updated information.
So just to clarify then, we aren't, at this point, we're not sure if this is unspent funds being returned to the city or if this is coming from the general fund?
There are no longer any unspent CARES Act monies. This would solely be general fund.
Okay. And then last.
And it always was general fund.
It's just that that's not unspent. Okay, so then the last part of my question is, and I don't mean it all to sound heartless, I'm just wondering about making sure that the funds get spent on residents that live within the city limits. Is that something that we can do?
General fund is your most discretionary funding source. You can use it on nearly anything.
Okay. I think that's all my questions for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Mendoza.
If someone could come back with the accounting, what GL items dollars came from, what GL, when we got it back, we'll go, just give us a general accounting and let's see where the funds went. I think that's an easy enough ask. Carrie, I'm sure, could do it. Second thing is, I love supporting, I love grants, I love all of it. I just, my concern is that if we have cycles for grants, shouldn't we stick to those cycles? And if we have 10,000, then we do the same application process. There's $10,000 for food, and then anyone who wants it applies for it, and we go through the applications. And if Hope House rises to the top, then we give it to Hope House. But I just feel like, we should probably just, like, we haven't seen an application from them or anything like that, like we expect everyone else to do. So it just feels like it's a little out of cycle. And
there was no cycle, and I specifically asked the city manager if they could just submit a grant application. He said it was complicated, and he would just put it on the agenda.
Yeah,
okay, so let's figure out, do we have the 10,000, do we not? Come back and show us. And then if we have the 10,000, can we discuss, okay, so what's the fairest way to distribute these $10,000 in the community? And then we go from there. But first we got to figure out what happened to the money first. Like right now, someone's saying we have money, someone's saying we don't have money. So I think the first step is, let's figure out the money before we even talk about giving it to anybody.
Yeah, and in fairness to Councilmember Rarey's request, she wanted to see if there was any balance left from the 2020 allocation of funds. And when it wasn't clear immediately that there was not a balance, and there isn't now a balance, I decided to put on the agenda to try to make it easy for all of you to consider this request from Councilmember Rarey. And we can use general fund, we have it, or we can come back with another process to have an open process again for anybody else to compete for those funds.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yeah, I mean, it's a slippery slope for me because I mean we need to create a standard, especially when it comes to giving out monies to nonprofits or to any type of organization, right? There needs to be a grant application if that's the case. I mean, unless it's an emergency and it's something that as a council we could agree on, then maybe those type of exceptions. But I mean, just giving nonprofits money, I've never seen it happen that way without the nonprofit at least being accountable for an application, grant application, or some type of presentation, or something, right? And I think that we're creating a standard, right? And if we're going to create a standard that's going to be effective, I mean, I agree with both Councilmember Myers and Mendoza. I mean, if there's a specific time we're giving out grants, I mean, we should give everyone the opportunity to apply for them. And if we knew that these monies were there, we should have opened it up for any organization that's giving out food out there to the community to be able to apply for it. So, yeah, I think I'm just like Meyer, where I have a heart for the community and I have a heart for nonprofits, but I also know that we need to create a standard here in the city.
I would like for council to consider this as well. I completely agree. There has to be a standard and there's got to be a process, and we do have those. But I don't know that we have a way, if there is an emergency situation where a long-standing nonprofit that has done much good to the families in our community, for the families in our community, if they're in a situation where they may go defunct without an emergency assistance, I would like to see the city, in the case, have a process in place for that as well for council to consider at some point. There are a lot of times where things happen like now. The last 2 years, nobody could have anticipated the immense need and the pressures on nonprofits that are helping feed and clothe our community. And so I would like to have council in this process maybe establish an emergency process outside of the normal one, just in case something like this does happen.
So, I just want to reiterate, there is no grant cycle for this. It wasn't like this only happens X amount of times. We designated $100,000 to be used for food. And they could apply for grants up to $10,000. I'll have to pull it back up, but up to $10,000. We did make an exception and gave $18,000 to the Brentwood Regional Community Chest, which also provides food to outside agencies or outside residents, and we gave them $18,000. So it and it specifically said that the funds would come from the general fund with reimbursement from FEMA, if we could get reimbursement from FEMA. I remember the mayor stating at that time, Mayor Taylor stating, well, we'll never get any money from FEMA. Just kiss that money goodbye.
One of the things, to one of the points that's been raised about the concern of whether or not a nonprofit can limit only to Brentwood residents, having had a food bank that partnered with Contra Costa County Food Bank, it is not possible as part of their process that if there is someone that fits the criteria that shows up as a partner of the Contra Costa Food Bank, you cannot limit them to your city limits. It's if they have a need and they fit the criteria, then they are available to receive that assistance. Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Mayor, if I could just call Carrie just to explain the financing a little bit differently if I haven't explained it accurately so we can be on the same page. Carrie, can you clarify? Thank you.
Yes, good evening, everybody. Originally, so back in April, the intent here was to pursue reimbursement from FEMA, as Councilmember Rarey stated. Subsequent to that, there were a couple of stops back at the council where CARES funding was subbed in for the FEMA because CARES, I think city manager mentioned that CARES didn't exist. This was in like the first month of the pandemic, like right after everything had shut down. So this was, initially we didn't know if we were going to get any funding. I think we were hoping to get FEMA, but we weren't sure. Then the government came out with, or the feds came out with the CARES Act, and we were going to swap out the CARES Act funding. And what's causing some of the issues here is that we used CARES Act funding, and as Councilmember Rarey mentioned, we got some, we spent out the 100,000, we got some back from the community chest. Then the CARES Act program itself ended. So that ran through, I want to say December of 2021, or I may have the date, it's over. I guess the date is not relevant now. So that program's over. So in our reporting, we had to report that the $10,000 that got returned back to us, or a little more than 10,000, was used on public safety because that's an eligible expense. And as opposed to giving the money back to the federal government, we reported it as a public safety expense. So the CARES Act itself is closed. That part is done. So if we were to allocate additional funds, essentially it would come from the general fund. It would also, it would put us in a position where we would have been anyways had the funds been spent from the community chest in the first place. So you could say net zero on that, because we subbed it in for public safety, even though we didn't incur additional public safety expenses. We use that as an eligible cost because they're presumed to be eligible. So the net would be zero, but the impact would be a $10,000 payment from the general fund if you were to allocate $10,000 out.
Which is what the physical impact stated on that thing. Funding for the programs under consideration would come from the general fund.
That's correct.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Mendoza.
So, again, if we're going to give, if this is an emergency thing, I think that we need a process in place, right? Because anyone can come in and say, I have an emergency, right? Anyone can come and say that. So what are going to be the financial documentation requirements if we're going to start doing this? Because the minute we say we're going to do this, we're going to start getting more people saying they want money. So we've got to be tick and tied as to what requirements we have in regards to financial documentation to ensure that they really do need the money and it's not something that's going to close in a month and we just spent $10,000 on something that's going to close in a month, right? So I just, if we're going to do this, I think it's great, but we need to be tick and tied as to what, so that everyone is on the same level playing field. I don't want to do something just because they talk to me or they talk to you. Like, let's do it and let's do it right. And then once we're done with that, what was that?
Can I ask Carrie a question then for you? Carrie, of the $100,000 that was spent, how much money for food grants is left of the general fund?
So, okay, let me see if I can rephrase, because the funding, we got funds in from CARES to do all this.
But the intent was to use the general fund.
Yeah, originally, yes, at the beginning, because we didn't know if we were even going to get reimbursed. It was a hope, and we thought we probably could, and then we wound up on the CARES side. So how much money has the city allocated out and has been spent on the food? It's a little less than 90,000 because we got the funds back from the community chest. So it was 100 less the funds were received. So the city of Brentwood has allocated 88,000 or somewhere around there in terms of food that got distributed because we received the funds back.
And with that, any of the Brentwood Strong, of the Meals on Wheels, the 2 different meals, any of those organizations could have submitted a grant application had they needed to for that remaining 10,000 and change. And that none have done so at this point still leaving that $10,000?
I'm not
I
aware.
think there's 10,000. Terry,
We
if,
had-
let me ask a question real quick. The books were closed. The $10,000 weren't spent, so the books were closed. Did those 10,000 carry over, or were the books closed and then the $10,000 re-put into the budget unallocated?
So, Councilmember Mendoza, the books were closed because that's a prior year. We're talking about now. Essentially, I think the discussion is they were closed and we wound up with this $10,000 that we didn't know we would have. Now, if we want to put that back out there, we would have to allocate a new $10,000 in this fiscal year from the general fund to do this.
Because it wasn't accounted for in the budget cycle that we were going to have this $10,000.
No, because the not in the current year, because the funding ended. You know, the CARES Act funding is over. All of that that was completed already. So there was not the thought that we would be allocating additional funds because we can't. CARES was providing the funds. I know initially we weren't sure who was, but I think around certainly by August or so of 2020, we knew we were using CARES funds. The CARES funds you can't use CARES funds anymore. So therefore there's no budget for it.
So if I go through your general ledger, there's not a credit for $10,000 that then I can use and debit it. I guess what I'm asking. I'm asking for in my mind, I want to see the accounting. Like, do you have a bucket with $10,000 in it that you carried over, or that you credited when you got it back?
It got credited when it came back, and the city, yes, we have the $10,000 that it came back. It's just in a different year. It'd be the same thing as what we would call, it would come out of net equity, I suppose, in the business sense, that you have like your ending balance, right, that carries over from year to year. And now you're like, oh, well, now let's spend some of that. That's essentially what you're talking about here. It did get closed out to the net equity or the fund balance last year. And so now this year you'd say, oh, rather than just keep it, we want to come back and let's actually go and spend those funds.
Okay, so I guess I would be fine with if everyone else feels like this is a necessary cause, but before we give them $10,000, I would like to look at some kind of financials, like how do other organizations vet someone that says they're in dire straits? Because again, if we start doing something like this, other people are going to start. I mean, we saw it with the ice skating rink last year, right? They came to us and they needed money and they missed the cycle. So it's like, let's put a process into place so that if someone is in dire straits and they need it, we have a process for them to follow. That's the only thing. It'd be nice, because I have a feeling people might start asking for more and more one-offs, whether we have a budget or not. Damien just came on, so I'm going to stop talking.
I did. I've been listening to the discussion, and the vast majority has been related to the specific topic of Hope House and this grant, and that's been the focus. But there has also been some discussion about developing policies on emergency grants and things of that sort, which I think is obviously important, but not on the agenda tonight. The agenda, again, is the $10,000 for Hope House. If council wants to start doing policies or guidelines and things, that's a different meeting. So just wanted to do a reminder on that.
Councilmember Meyer.
Well, that just popped my balloon altogether. Thank you, Damien. But I would like to say that I would support it if we could have some accountability. And then the others, everything else I was going to say would have to come back for another discussion. But I do think we would need to have accountability.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yeah, man, it's tough. I know Damien popped my bubble too. I just think that, I think that other organizations weren't given the opportunity because they weren't aware that there was $10,000 there. I think that other organizations did know there was funding like that there. They might have applied. I don't think anybody turned in a grant for the $10,000. I understand if it's an emergency fund and they're able to justify that, obviously I would consider, supporting that. But if it's just, as of this time, I don't know what the funding is going to be used for. But like I said before, I'm totally in support of nonprofits. my whole thing is just having something in place. I mean, to be able to make sure we're doing things right. So yeah, that's it.
I have a question to you, Damien. The wording here in this item on item 5 says council motion is needed to have staff spend time and resources on the issue. Would helping develop the process and a way that this issue could be addressed, would that be a part of the issue?
No, I'm muted. I think the issue here is whether or not to spend the $10,000 for Hope House. That's really what the council would be deciding on. Do you want to give them this money via grant? That's really the focus of the item.
And I did just I got a message from Jackie. She was not able to get on via Zoom for some reason. She's not able to open our link.
Can the motion include something about accountability? Would that be okay to include that?
I think your motion could say, come back to us with more information on developing some kind of program, and we can come back with something. Much like what we probably did in 2020, there was good accountability in place. They had to submit an application, we reviewed it internally, and they had to report back after they spent the funds. We've had that in place in 2020.
Which they did.
Easily, yeah.
But also, Tim, I also think that if we're focusing on the Hope House, is that maybe you guys come back with what's the emergency that they need the funds, right? Because once again, other organizations were given the opportunity for the $10,000. So if it's an emergency, obviously that's something to consider, right? What is that emergency, and what would those funds be used for to support that emergency or whatever that is?
Yeah, and there were even applicants in 2021 that asked if there was any remaining fund balance left and had to say no, including the Hope House, because we didn't have any funds dedicated or allocated at that time. And so I forget where I was going.
Organizations asked.
I'd have to go back to some emails, but it was at least 2 other organizations that asked if there was still funds left. And I remember Hope House was at least one of the 2 or one of the 3, and had shared that, no, we've exhausted those funds from the CARES Act from the prior year.
So if we move forward maybe with $5,000 and leaving $5,000 open for the remainder for other organizations?
Yeah, I could put that on the next agenda to give that option for the council to direct that program to come back with maybe 10,000 and 5,000 per person. We could certainly come back with that.
But it's about the process for me more than anything, not the money. Like the money, we can get the money. It's just the process that's not. Like
I'm concerned about. For this was a grant application, which they were willing to do, but the city manager said, "No, it's complicated. I'll put it on the agenda." So there would have been an application submitted,
but no funding. So that's why it's on this agenda, to just go keep it simple. If you want to do the general fund, that's nice and simple. CARES Act is gone.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to the 10,000, and I'm not as concerned about who they're serving. It is more about the process.
For me, it's the same. For me, it's the same thing. I agree with both council members that for me, it's more the process, not the money, because I think if other people knew that there was that opportunity and the process was clear, that we might have had other people apply for that 10,000 or 5,000. I know Councilmember Myers has mentioned a couple of times the situation up here on this side of town where a lot of those residents could have used that kind of funding. So for me too, it's not really the money, it's just the process and how that looks, I guess.
Well, in order to keep our fine city attorney from having to weigh in again, I guess the motion or the request for motion on the floor is to direct staff to spend time and resources on this particular issue, that is giving money to Hope House. Do we have a motion for that?
So just to move it to, so how far out are we looking at to get this back to them? I mean, are
The
we?
nuts and bolts of the program are already drafted from 2020. We can just reformat it and put it on the next agenda.
So we are going to use the nuts and bolts of the same process.
But not the same funding source. That's a huge difference.
Well, the same funding source was the general fund.
Until we changed it to CARES Act funding, and general fund allocation was not there anymore, right?
But the approved allocation by the city council was the general fund.
Correct, it was.
Not CARES Act.
It was, correct.
Maybe we could just move forward with our motion.
But does the motion?
I still don't know what the motion is. Is it the motion to fund it, or is it the motion to wait to come back for processing, the process to be approved, and then come back for a review of the application? I'm not sure what the motion is.
Well, let me present a motion, and if it dies for lack of a second, then it will. But at this time, I would make a motion to move forward with giving the $5,000 to the Hope House using the same structure that had been in place before, so that we don't have to recreate everything. And that way, all of the accountability and the structure and the process that was in place before is attached to those funds.
Mr. Mayor, I did hear both Councilmember Meyer and Vice Mayor Rodriguez said that they would be amenable to the 10,000 amount, but they just needed the process.
If that's the case, I change it to the $10,000 amount that was originally Councilmember Mendoza.
I have a question. Does the process include what we talked about, opening it up to anyone who would want the 10,000? That's the three of our biggest concerns. So does your motion include that?
And if I can jump in, that I believe goes beyond the scope of this agenda item. If you start opening it up to other organizations, this item is limited to the Hope House. And I think it's fine to clarify that they have to follow a process, but I don't believe this extends to opening it up to other organizations. At least it's how it's written.
Can he modify it or no?
Well, not as the agenda is currently written. Unfortunately, he can't. I think how the mayor made the motion, I think that fits within the agenda description, because it's talking about the Hope House, but it's putting a list of criteria on what they need to do to obtain the grant, and that's to follow a process that the city had already previously put in place.
So the next meeting would be to review the process for this emergency 10 grand, define a process, and then we would tell them the process, and then they would apply for it?
No, I believe the next steps would be that they would follow whatever process was previously in place, and then it would come back to the council to make sure that they met all the criteria, and council, feels that a donation or a grant should be given, or a donation should be given.
Well, the other process was that they applied and it went straight to the finance department. The finance department approved it.
Then that's how the process would occur here.
The problem is two of us weren't here for that process, so I don't even know what that application entails. I don't know if that suffices what I'm talking about.
Does it have the accountability? Does it have any measurable?
Mm-hmm. I don't want to say yes to a process that I don't even know what's on the app.
Carrie, do you know, can you say what's on the application?
And then can we go through it right now and adjust it where we feel necessary is the other thing.
Well, I don't want to delay the meeting any further. I have to try and find this. I don't have the application handy in front of me. So let me see if I can track it down quickly.
Can we just, come back to this? It's almost 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yes.
I'm almost thinking,
So if you can't,
I think we need.
If you can't give direction on it, I'll put it on the agenda myself, and I'll come up with what that procedure was from 2020 and present that to you at the next meeting, and you can give me direction on up to $10,000 to allocate that to first come, first serve, including Hope House and anybody else.
So then do we, at that time, do we bring
we
up
have
another?
a first and a second. So, I mean, we currently have a motion and a second on the floor.
What motion was that again?
So the motion that I made was to move forward with the process previously described and in place to grant Hope House $10,000 as per the request of Councilmember Rarey. That's the motion. I believe Councilmember Rarey seconded it. Now, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to call for a roll call vote, and we'll move forward from there. If it does not pass, then we will do a recommendation outside of that. But it is correct that there's a motion and a second on the floor. So could I get a roll call vote, please?
Like, if it doesn't pass, then Tim can do what Tim said he was going to do in the next meeting?
That is correct.
Okay.
Councilmember Mendoza?
No.
Councilmember Meyer?
No.
Councilmember Rarey?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
No.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion fails with 2 in favor and 3 opposed.
Okay, so at this time, then we can have the city manager implement the process that he recommended, if that is the will of the council.
And Mr. Mayor, on that one, the city manager is acting without the council's authority for that because the council can't take any action on that item. So, and the city manager has the ability to put items on the agenda. He does that all the time. He's made a decision to do that. And so I don't believe any action of the council is necessary, nor do I believe that it could occur given how the agenda is written.
Thank you very much.
Which is what I thought that this was, because he said he was going to put it on the agenda. So I didn't know it was coming through as a future agenda item.
So at this time, do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion so moved.
I have a first
Second.
and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rarey?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Thank you. Well, we are adjourned. Be safe, everyone.
Enjoy the rest of your morning.